Welcome back, everybody. Let me get a microphone check, if you will. Got some interesting information today. Y'all know how we do it. Sacred geometry, syncretism, opening up that third eye. The key word is enlightenment. Appreciate the Warrens family. I'm going to take my time today, y'all. It was a rough night. Is that all right? In my Pastor Tony Smith voice. Is that all right? Y'all all right? Yeah, let me hit this herbs and we'll begin in a minute. Is that all right? Y'all all right? How y'all doing, man? It's good to see all y'all in the building. You said pass the blizzard, bam, go on, hit that joint right quick. Pull it, take a pull, nigga, you're hogging the blunt. It's puff, puff, pass. Yeah, man, what up, everybody? I just want to take a minute, man, just acknowledge y'all before we even do anything, man. See everybody in the building, my brothers and sisters out there. Uh, I see you. All of my moderators out there, man. Light worker, I see you, bro. My brother, I see you in the building. My sister, Inquisitive Bunny. Oh, yeah. Trucker trade in the building. My people, trucker trade in the building. Dade County in the building. One world, one hood. I see y'all. Thomas Baca, Toro Bravo, Rafael Sanchez, Queen Namaste. What up? I see y'all. My brother Huey P in the motherfucking building. Shout out to the HOTC. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go on start. Now, the collage behind me, we'll start with that. Let me cut the camera off so I can give you guys the entire screen. Now, listen, do me a favor, right? Hit that like button, man, and go on share this, right? Before I turn my camera off, we're going to go over this little collage. So what we looking at right here in this collage is a couple of things. Let me start breaking it down for you. Let me get my screen share together. Man, thank y'all today for coming through. Can't thank you enough. Bam, there we go. So that way I can screen. Oh, what the hell going on here? Okay, let me do this real quick. Bam. Now we got my screen share back. It's on now. It's on now. All right, people. So the collage we looking at now. In the very top up here, you got the earth cracked open, right? And I want to break some down to y'all. That's from a documentary that Netflix got out. The name of Netflix documentary is Into the Inferno. The name of Netflix documentary is Into the Inferno. In the top left corner is the artwork from Netflix documentary Into the Inferno. And what you see is the earth cracked open. Now, this is an ancient concept that predates the globe earth. This is a concept of ancient origins. Excuse me, cars coming. This concept of the cracked egg is one of the oldest ancient myths about creation and how the earth came into being. It predates the globe earth. And this is an ancient origin story that teaches us how basically a magnetic torus field was activated. So the ancestors said that an uncracked egg represents a torus field without a hyperboloid at the center. That's a circle that's not split. When they crack the egg, we see the yolk or the child. That represents the splitting of the sea. We go from seeing one thing to two things. Once the egg is split, it's the splitting of the sea, meaning the vision as well. Prior to the splitting of this egg, we existed in a cyclops sort of vision. The splitting of the original seed of the cosmos being a torus field without a hyperboloid was simultaneously synonymous with the creation of humans and what we call eyes. So when we say we split the sea, another word for the eye is a seer, a sea, and it's water. And you have two of those seas, but it's really one sea that's split by the nose or the gnosis. And that's the knowledge, because right there, that split in between your eyes is the central antenna that connects you to cosmic information, or the pineal gland, the crack in the brain. All right. And that splits the sea being the vision. Now we're going to talk about this because this can be synced in so many ways. As you see, I got the Baphomet up there as well, because each half that he's splitting is representing the same concept. I told you that the great mother broke the egg, and breaking that egg, listen, you can't make an omelet without breaking eggs, baby. Now the root word of omelet is what? You can't have vibration without cracking an egg. We about to get deep today, people. They are still in ancient concepts, repackaging them with a globe, and NASA ain't nothing but an occult organization that's giving you plagiarized ancient concepts that would have connected you with the creator, but their version disconnect you from the creator. So as we compare the two, as we've been doing in these series, we see that flat earth connects us to the source, protects us. There's no such thing as a cataclysm happening. We understand electromagnetism and the beautiful founded nature of the flat earth cosmos, as opposed to that piece of bull crap that they got trajectorying through a dark void of chaos. Now we understand which one puts us in the, if you was a parent, you would leave your child in a safe environment, not no chaotic crap like the heliocentric model of the universe. That's not the nature of the creator. And that's why NASA is I don't want to use the word satanic, because that'll be giving them a compliment. They worse. They something beyond evil for what they doing with disconnecting the people from the creator via misinterpreting the creation. Let me say that again. They disconnect the masses from the creator by misinterpreting the creation. This is spiritual warfare. See, a lot of people don't realize that when we're on our deathbed, cosmic concepts come into our brain when we're getting ready to leave this earth. Because inside of the human, inside of our subconscious buried, is the cosmic journey. That's in our memory. That our ancestors were so serious about teaching you the nature of the earth, the stars, and the cosmic journey of the soul. And this became a map of the underworld, or a map of the afterlife. Now, Egyptians call it, their version be the Meta Nature, or the Book of the Dead. This was a map of the afterlife. These are real places that exist in this time and space, but in a different frequency. And when we leave a body, the only way we can get to these areas is via Akashic memory. So that's why the ancestors were so serious about pushing cosmology while they was living in the body, because they knew upon death that the soul, the consciousness will shift to the soul, and the soul is connected to the ethereal plane. But the crazy thing about that, you don't go to the ethereal plane. Everything exists in this same space. You ponder these places up just like you do when you're dreaming. That's very important. If we're all loading our own template, our own version of this simulation, you can be loading a corrupted version, meaning that once they take the ancient story and corrupt it and teach it to you in a chaotic form, when we die with fear today. Us not knowing the true cosmological makeup of the earth and the cosmic journey, on our deathbeds today, humans are miserable because what happens on your deathbed, your consciousness start to shift to the Merkaba. And the human have been taught everything about water worlds and fire planets and, and meteors and dark space with light years to go for you reach any kind of creator or source. That's the cosmos that you will ponder upon your deathbed. And you may say, no, I'm not. I'm a Christian. I'm going to think about heaven. Bro Sanchez, when I die, I ain't going to be thinking about that hellish cosmos. Bro Sanchez, when I die, when I'm transitioning, I'm going to be thinking about streets of gold. But you know what the soul going to think about? That it got to go up. When we're transitioning from the body to the soul, what we call death, you have a geographic urge to go up. It's called ascension. So you Christians are right. That going upward feeling toward the source to heaven is called ascension. But it ain't no streets of gold. It's going upward toward Polaris to the opening out of the earth. There's an opening in the middle of the dome. And that upward story of our mythology going back to the source is that magnetic ascension back to Polaris, or what they call Santa Claus North Pole, but that's the chimney. That's the chimney out of the earth where all the lighter things like the souls are saying up and out. The crazy thing about that is as you ascend back to the source, there are many things trying to distract you. So that's why there was an old saying that says, as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. As you go through the constellations toward Polaris, you can look at the constellations as different animals you got to conquer before you can make it all the way back to Polaris. You got to go through the stars. This was a mythical journey where they slayed many dragons and demons, but these were the different constellations the soul journeyed through on its way back to Polaris. If you stay with me, we'll talk about this collage and we'll tie it all together. It's a reason I got Moses up there with the Bible story of splitting the sea, because I'm telling you about the cosmic journey before we go in too deep, so you know what we're dealing with as well. The reason for their madness and their programming. Fear reincarnates you back to the earth. Now, I don't want to scare y'all, but I want you to know that I'm constantly researching and I'm constantly learning so I can bring you valuable content. And I don't care how it make you feel. I'm just bringing you my research and my truth. Now, a lot of people say, hey, belief is not needed. Well, I like beliefs. Beliefs run the world. Many people believe that when they die, they're going to burn in hell, or they're going to walk streets of gold, or Jesus going to reward them. Many Muslims believe that if they die, they're going to get 100 wives if they kill themselves and all of that. So the people that's saying we shouldn't be dealing with beliefs is crazy. The most powerful thing in the world is belief. It's more powerful than the facts. You know why? Because the facts are conclusive and the beliefs ain't been concluded upon yet. So the beliefs is what keeps the quest going. The beliefs is what make you question. Ain't shit else to question after you told me the answer. Okay, 2 + 2 is 4. That's a fact. End of story. So if you only concerned with facts, your story is ended the moment you think you got enough facts, when you can never have enough facts. And the man that questions every day know he'll never have enough facts. So understand the value in questioning, and understand what makes you question is your beliefs. You believe something and you ask questions and you go on a quest, and that quest brings many facts. It brings forth. See, you can't have a fact without the quest first. Value the question. Don't sleep on a question. Don't sleep on believing, because after all, humans didn't make believing. Just like humans didn't make happiness and humans didn't make sadness. Humans didn't make that. The creator did. There's a reason the creator made belief and questioning, because that's what drives the human to expand out of its comfort zone. Today we call it reaching, but you can't stretch if you don't reach. So we reach on Brother Sanchez platforms. We reach toward the stars, because the sky is the limit. Get out of the box. That's what this egg crack is all about. You opening up your doggone mind. That's what it is. It's literally that simple. When you open up your mind, the light comes on, and they call that the core of the earth. Now that globe earth is baloney, and that core that you see glowing in the middle is really a yoke. It's really a yoke, and it's a cosmic concept, right? The yoke is the concept. The yoke represents the point of singularity where all things start and begin from. For example, if you write a sentence on paper, the first thing you do is make contact with the paper with the pencil. So before you even write a word, you start with a dot. And when you complete the sentence, you end the sentence with a period or a dot. Everything is sandwiched in between the dots. And we already connected the dots on the previous lecture. Now what we're going to do here is showing you how everything is sandwiched in between concentric circles or dots. So this Netflix artwork showed you a bunch of concentric circles, a bunch of circles within circles. In this, you could think of it as an onion. And when you say onion, you're saying on and on, on and on and on is onion. You cut open an onion, you see what they're trying to show you here. Now, if you was standing in the middle, just say you was a germ and you was standing in the middle of an onion, right where the stalk is. Or if you would like to, we can use a pineapple, which is one of my favorite fruits. Hold on a second. Okay. We're talking about a bunch of circles within circles. Now, the pineapple started as a seed, which is a circle. The stalk is the seed. Now, check this out. The seed, once planted in the ground, burst into an explosion of light, and we call it the stalk. Beam me up, Scotty, takes place when the seed goes in the ground, and the beam becomes the stalk that connects the pineapple to the tree. Now, if you were a germ standing in the middle of this pineapple looking upward, guess what you would see? Exactly what Moses saw when he split the sea. That's important. It's important that your third eye tie together these different dimensions and views of seeing this cosmic egg before we move further. So you can see we're dealing with the same thing from different viewpoints. Moses at the crossroad. You see, if you was at the yolk of that egg, you would look left and right into these shells, and those shells are worlds. Those different halves of the egg that's broke are openings to different worlds. See, if you think of a tree, the tree got one trunk, but when the trunk reaches a climax, it turns into a crossroads where the branches start going horizontal. And you can either go left or right. It's a 360, right? That's a tree or a T. And that's what this cracked egg is. It's a T, or a tree of life. Starting from the yolk and spread outward with the shells. This is why NASA calls it shell worlds. Let me show you. Why do we call it shell worlds? Why is it a shell world? Because each world is its own shell. But this is bull crap because you couldn't be living on the surface of these shells. Each life form would be on the inside of its own circle, walking on a plane. And if you would like to know how that would look, if you bear with me, I'll pull it up for you now. Because what they're showing you is malarkey. And what I'm going to show you is the truth. Here is the truth. They got you flipped inside out. See, this is make perfect sense. Everybody walking around on a plane, looking up at their own sky. Everybody, each different shell world have its own time for it to make a year. 360 days and hours. This is, it's not 365 days. It starts with a circle that is 360 degrees. Then when you multiply that 360 by 2 to go to the second world, it becomes a circle of 720 degrees. Then you add another 360, it becomes a circle of 1080 degrees. All of these numbers are divisible by 360. Each circle expands outward just by adding another 360 degrees. And the year gets longer and longer as the circle expands. This is called the expanding universe, but it's impossible in heliocentrism. So here's heliocentric version of shell worlds and expanding universe, which is horse crap. This one makes sense at all. All right. And again, the reason they call them shell worlds, because these bastards are stealing ancient concepts of our origins, and the ancient concepts make way more sense than their nonsense. The yolk of their egg is a burning molten core. Why wouldn't it burn up there? And what's sitting on top of that burning molten core is dirt, y'all. The dirt we walking on sitting on top of molten lava, and you want me to believe that? Now, let's start sinking their nonsense to some more stuff. In the bottom right corner, that's called an African adinkra to show you the concept of the cosmic egg and the symbol form. All right, that's another symbol that the Greeks turned into something called phi. Phi is the symbol of the earth, or the eye. Phi is the eye. Phi is the vagina. They tell you everything's began at a phi point, or pi point, which would be the woman's pie, or the pie slice, which is the gateway to vagina. Okay, so everything begins at a point and expands outward into a 360. I'm gonna put it this way. Everything that exists is energy expanding. Everything in existence is a point of singularity that is on a perpetual expansion outward, or a explosion, if you will. And that's what this egg representing. If you think of a grenade being the yolk and the explosion being the shell, it's the same thing. This is the Big Bang, but it only works with flat earth ancient. It only makes sense with ancient flat earth cosmology. See, with their version of the Big Bang, and they're giving it to you with this artwork with the earth opening up, they give it to you with the creation of the universe. It's only one story, but you can tell it in micro and macro. They telling it inside out. All right? They flipping it inside out, and that's the purpose of me showing you this today, how the Baphomet hid that. Now, Baphomet is a concept of creating chaos in the minds of people. In order to create chaos into your mind, and why you would want to create chaos is to order you out of it. Every human in their ordered state, meaning in their state of infinite Zen with full control over mind, body, spirit, exists in a state of God-like state. The full ability, control over your mind, body, and spirit makes you a God. But guess what? I got news for you today, and a lot of people ain't gonna like it. No human really have fully control over their mind, body, and spirit today. Even your damn biggest gurus. Because the energy of corruption that plagues this earth is so high that it affects even the wisest sages on some level. Everybody was bit by this beast in some form or way when they was conceived on this particular plane. You got to keep that in mind. So no, everyone, what I'm telling you, is a slave. This is a slave world. If you think of the Truman Show, he didn't fully have control over his mind, body, and spirit till he hopped on that boat and made a decision that was original, that was his, and it wasn't driven by TV. His decision wasn't driven by scientists. It wasn't driven by the government. Religion didn't drive his decision. What made Jim Carrey get on that boat in the Truman Show is the Akashic memory of the soul. Knowing that something more is beyond the lies that exist in front of me. There has to be something more than this crazy, dumb world, this matrix. That's what made Truman get on that boat. Nothing he learned from his world could have taught him that. That was the memory of the soul. Everything in our world try to hide that memory. So, one thing I want to point out is that in the top left corner is the artwork that they give you for a Netflix documentary called Into the Inferno. And they're saying that the Inferno is that hot molten core. But before you get to the Inferno, they saying you got to pass through these different layers. Where are they stealing this from? They're stealing it from the same place that Dante stole it from. Here's Dante's Inferno. It shows you how to go inside of the bowels of the earth. But if you look at Dante's Inferno, Dante had a concept of flat earth when he did this. Whoa, see now? See how new the globe is and why the globe don't make sense? Even Dante make more sense than the globe. Because right here you got different little circles, which are like, if you ever looked inside of a mine, if you live in a city where they got these big rock quarries, if you look in them where they digging in the ground, deep in the ground, you'll see where they ain't just digging one hole. It's a ring bunch of, they digging it in a spiral, like they're drilling into the ground. They can get on in their trucks and ride down to the bottom of that hole because it ain't just a drop off. It's a swirled stairway. So they can drive down safely to the bottom of the pit and drive back up because it's like a staircase along the wall of the hole. They ain't just digging stupidly. They're digging with some order so they can get up and down the doggone hole. And so they digging it like a screw or a stairway. Dante's Inferno is the same thing. Each of these little rings is a shelf where people can walk on and have life. All right, and in the middle of it would be like a North Pole. See? Or a void. You can't fall off of this shelf. So if you was walking around one of these shelves, it'll be a circle, a staircase going all the way to the bottom. You couldn't fall down the hole because that's the edge of the earth. When you go toward the center, it's like going toward a beam, just like here. It splits the upper half of the earth and the bottom worlds. So this is your concept of shell worlds. Now, when Dante speak of hell, you got to understand what the word hell is. Put an S in front of it. Hell is shell. The word hell is really the word shell. The word shell is the word shell. Y'all ain't hearing me today. Y'all ain't hearing me. The word shell is the word sheol. Sheol is Sheol. Hell is the shell. It's going back to when you dig in the ground and try to exit out of the earth into the Inferno, you're digging toward the shells of the earth or the hells of the earth, where the waters are being held to create a barrier or a shell. Hell is Held. The waters are being held by the staff. Look at Moses in the picture. Excuse me, hold on. Where my damn. Okay, I must have lost my little picture. Hold up a second. Got something for you. See? That blue North Pole splitting all of these shells, that's Moses dividing the waters. That blue pole, the North Pole, right here in this ark, that's the staff that divides the water. They just turned it into Moses. See, let me break some down to y'all. This is gonna blow you away. Don't you know that the name Moses is Moses? Ooh, can't nobody break it down like Bro Sanchez. See, let me show you something. Let me show your butt something. Open up your eyes. Look at Moses. If Moses wasn't standing right there, it'll be 1C. But when you put Moses right there, guess what you get? Moses. Y'all gotta let me get a break for that, Jewel. Your boy got to, you got to let your boy get a break for such a jewel now. The name Moses is more seas. Moses divides the seas and turns something singular into something plural. I'm gonna do a little dance right now. We got the dance. Hey, when you drop truth like that, you just gotta dance, goddammit, you know. Cause ain't nobody else, you know, you just gotta dance sometime. Oh man, shout out my brother Be Strong, man. Appreciate that, boy. Hey man, hey, love you, boy. Hey, Be Strong. Appreciate that super chat, bro. That show me y'all loving what I'm doing, man. I do it for y'all. I stay up late at night trying to decode this shit. Just so I can turn this on and give you an aha moment every time. I ain't gonna let you down. I'm gonna make the hairs on your skin stand up every time. So that's how you can remember this thing. Moses is Moses. And listen, the soul is the yoke. The soul is a cyclops. It sees with one eye. Your soul ain't got two eyes. Your soul is a cyclops. It sees with one eye because the soul is the sperm and the sperm only got one eye. Have you ever saw a sperm cell? It's a one-eyed creature. They turned it to a cyclops. That's because that sperm cell is literally the third eye, which is the Merkaba, the yoni, traveling back to a body again. If you look at Men in Black, they had a libby dude inside of a brain controlling a big old body. He represents the third eye. That's the Merkaba. That's the detachable crown. It can fly away into another body. That's where we transition our energy. Okay, this is deep stuff because when you talk about the sperm being a one-eyed creature, when it goes into the egg, it breaks the egg, it splits the waters inside of the egg, it splits the seeds. The sperm is Moses. Why? Because the sperm coming from what? The staff. That's the stick, the phallus. The man splitting the seeds when he go up in that woman. When he put his thing up in that vagina, it's water, it's walls. Ain't nothing splitting that but a void until he go in and fill the negative space. Now his staff is splitting that them walls of that water. I'm making y'all horny, ain't it? That's what Moses represent, is one code. When his sperm comes out and the sperm splits the egg, it's doing the same thing the daddy just did to the mama. It's having sex too. The sex don't stop after the man come. It continue to happen on a microscopic level. So the sperm go make love with the egg long after you done. And that's what make the baby. So check this out. When the sperm split the egg, is Moses splitting the sea. The sperm ain't got but one eye. But when the sperm split the egg, it develops two eyes. It develops two eyes. The sperm, you go from a one-eyed creature to a two-eyed creature because this is an expanding universe. Look at my hands. It start from one point, and as it expand outward, it grow outward into 2 points. That's what you are. That's why you see double vision in this realm. But you come from a realm where you was a one-eyed cyclopic creature. Everything expands from a point of singularity, even your vision, even your vision. So the sperm splitting the waters in the egg is simultaneously with your eyes being formed from that one eye. The sperm is the third eye. That's how he found the egg. That's how you found the egg. The sperm wasn't no two eyes on that sperm. It was simply the third eye. The only thing had a tail on it. The crown, it represents the biological form of the crown chakra. Once the crown is put on top of the head of the queen, glory is shining. Royalty is coming from the egg. Life is coming from the egg. See, how does the sperm crowns the queen? It penetrates the egg and a light comes on, and that light is a crown on the head of the egg, represent royalty, a new life coming to existence. So when the sperm split the seas, it literally splits its own vision from becoming a cyclops to a human with two eyes, splitting the seas. Now I'm gonna take that break that y'all promised me for dropping these Jews, and I'll be right back. I don't need long. Y'all know what time it is. Now check this out. Shout out to everybody in attendance who care anything about the nature of reality that they exist within. Because this subject right here is what feeds my soul, man. So hit the like button if you ain't already. Because now what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you about vision, since we talking about vision. Since we talking about splitting the egg. Don't you know you see from your third eye? The picture of reality that you putting together right now, it don't exist as a double image. In other words, if you look cross-eyed and you stop focusing, you'll see double vision. Like right now, I'm looking cross-eyed out of my eyes and I see two microphones. I see two computers, two monitors. But when I begin to focus on an image, on a single point with my vision, it becomes one. So everything is expanding from a point. Your two eyes is expanding from your third eye, and it's a triangulation. So the third eye is a point of singularity that is expanding into what's called the two eyes. Let me explain something to you. There's a small black dot in the middle of both of your eyes called a pupil. Where is that black dot coming from? There's a small black dot in the middle of your brain called a pineal gland, and it's called dark condensed light. That darkness is another higher form of light. Darkness is not the absence of light. Darkness is what you get when you compress and condense light into a point. Hold on a second. All right, let's check this image out. All right. So darkness is not the absence of light. Darkness is the compression of light. Basically, I'm going to show you how that works right now. I'm going to show you what I mean by darkness being a compression of light. What I'm showing you is very important, and I really appreciate you guys' patience. I really appreciate your patience. All I'm looking for is some triangulation here. Cool, I found it. Good enough. All right, let's look at this one. Now notice how light expands, just like if you're shooting water out of a hose pipe. The water out of a hose pipe is coming from a black hole, a point of singularity. And as it passes out of that threshold, the moment the water crosses the rim of the hose pipe, what they call the event horizon around a black hole, it begins to expand. Okay? I'm teaching you about black holes, but I'm teaching you the way the ancestors taught about all life starting from black holes. The nature of light. Darkness is not the absence of light. Darkness is the compression of light. And what I mean is this. Here's light. Now, to create darkness, what do? You cut the light switch off. But that don't mean that darkness is the absence of light. No more than you cutting off a hose pipe means that it's necessarily the absence of water. It means the water is no longer coming out the hose pipe because some blocking it. When you turn that level to cut the hose pipe on, you're releasing that which is blocking the water, but the water is always present. That water always present. You cutting the water on and off ain't doing that, but you controlling a little thing that's blocking the water or not blocking the water. But the water is always there. And when I say when I say darkness is compressed light, you can look at it this way. When you cut the light switch off, the light collapses to a point. It smashes. Think of an open book and you closing the book. That's what happens to this light. It don't disappear. In a couple of milliseconds, it collapses and compresses, and then darkness is the result of that. So another way you can look at it is this. Light shines like this Asian fan from a point of singularity, and it beams outward. When we cut the light off, we just close the fan up. You see, light travels in waves. And when it is compressed, we call it darkness. But it's the same thing. It's the inversion of light. It's the condensation of light. See, it's light collapsing into a point. When you close this fan up, we call that darkness, or the compression of light. When you cut that switch off, the light just don't disappear from the doggone flashlight. It closes up like you close your mouth. If you sitting there with your mouth open, you just close your mouth. That's all happened. This is an open mouth that closes, and we call it darkness. But light is always present. So in other words, you don't cut light on, you pour light into your room like water. It travels in waves. We don't cut the light on. We just open up. See, when you say you cut on the water, you're just removing the barrier that's blocking the water. It'll already be cut on if you didn't have nothing blocking it there. But when you cut that hose pipe on, you allow the water to pass through. But if you never would have built the pipe there, it would have passed through anyway. You're just controlling it. So yeah, when we say we cutting it off and on, it'll be like squeezing the neck of the hose pipe, letting it go, squeezing it, letting it go. But what I'm teaching you here is that light permeates everything, and you can't cut it off. You can only block it temporarily. You see what I'm saying? So true light, not bulbs that's made in a room. I'm just using that to show you even how lights work in our reality on a smaller level. But when you talk about the sun, the moon, and all of this, same thing. It's expansion of consciousness. These are conscious luminaries. So we will be getting into that later, because when we talk about this expansion of light, we want to sync it back to this concept. That yolk in the middle of the earth expands outward to create the shells or the worlds around it. And that's flat earth cosmology. Because in flat earth cosmology, you got a bunch of concentric circles around Mount Meru, or the dark stone, that which separates all of these worlds. And they're giving you a backwards version of that in the top left corner. So we're gonna keep going here. Now that we understand what we're looking at as it deals with light, because you keep seeing this light shining on this image, and that's why I wanted to kind of show you how light works. How we see people, right? The eyes are gateways to allow light in and out. So where did this gate, where is the, when you say a gateway, all right, where's the gate? Where's the entrance to this gateway? The pineal gland. We see with the mind. The eyes are just the gateways into the mind. But reality is constructed in the back of the mind. So what we're really, what we are is like we are living projector machines. Projecting the conscious light of ourselves out of the third eye, out into the world, out of our two. See, what composes sight is a trinity of three black holes. The first black hole is the pineal gland. As that blackness or that darkness it spans outward from a point of singularity. It becomes the two pupils that's in the middle of the eyes, but it's a triangle. Whatever the eyes focus on, it's a point, or where you paying attention to something, or if you looking at an ink pen. And this whole point of you looking from inside the brain and focusing on some outside, like the light bulb or the sun, it forms a diamond, starting from the pineal gland to whatever you're focusing on. This is a diamond verse, and everything forms a diamond. When we talk about the transmission of giving and receiving information of light. So the word yoni is the word diamond. We'll talk about all of that some more when we get into that sacred geometry, but I'm focusing on vision, the splitting of the seas. See, the pineal gland represents a dark spot in your brain where your vision begins. And as it spans outward from the back of the brain, we call it the two pupils. That darkness in the middle of your eyes is coming from somewhere, man. You got to remember that. This black hole in the middle of both of your eyes is being projected from somewhere. Where? The black hole in the back of your brain that's putting together the reality. All right. Now give me a minute to do something real quick. I'll be right back. I want to check my door. All right, my bad, y'all. I'm sorry. So listen. The pine what doctors don't want to tell us is that the pineal gland is not a gland. If we cut your brain open, what they're calling the pineal gland won't nothing be there. It's a void. So when you look at this image, you see a little white dot, but it's not white, it's actually black. Now, if it was calcified, it would be white. All right, this little dot right here, this is what's creating your pupils. This is what's creating your pupils. This is being projected from this. And this is what's putting together reality. This is that thing on the Man in Black, that little alien dude that was inside of the big body. Your body is the avatar for your soul. Here's the sperm that penetrated the egg when you was being born. This is really you. This is you right here. The body ain't you. This is you. This little thing in the spinal cord. This is what was swimming in your daddy nutsack that found that egg. And the brain is the egg. You can look at that on so many levels. The sperm inside of the egg, it transformed into the human. The consciousness shifted into the complete body. But before the body was formed, it was the sperm and the egg. But this is really you, the brain stalk. Now this is Moses split the sea, because in between the left and right brain is this brain stalk. All right, and this is what Moses is showing you, the brain stalk or the brain staff. The staff is the stalk. Hold on a minute, my dog's going crazy. Okay, let's continue. So, yeah, you know what I'm talking about on Men in Black. That was a little dude inside of the body. This is him. Now, what you need to know is that this is always you. The consciousness always go back into a sperm inside of an egg. And it's swimming inside of that egg, waiting to be beamed up into the mother egg, Amma's egg. And that's the name of this presentation. Okay, because you can't find your other half till you reach the mama, the gateway. When you leave the body, you exist in a dual state. So on a macrocosmic level, the earth itself is one huge sperm. If you look at a sperm, right, we would be living in the head of it. The flat earth looked like a sperm, but I'm just showing you the sacred geometry. Like, you would be living inside of here, walking around the earth plane with the dome above you and the foundation stuck into the ground. But what I'm telling you is the same shapes and patterns exist on all levels of creation. Okay? Because all it is the one truth. Expansion from the singularity or the Big Bang. And everything is a Big Bang. So again, the pineal gland expands and creates the pupils. And these are gateways. That's why the edge is the egg. Now let's go to etymology. Here's the etymology for the word egg. The body formed in females of all animals, with the exception of a few of the lowest type, in which by impregnation the development of the fetus takes place. Mostly in northern England, dialect from Old Norse, egg, Proto-Germanic, probably from pie, oil. Now come on now, people, oil. These are all ancient words directly related to the Great Mother. When you say oil, how you think, what animal that became the owl? Ovum, all of these, right? If you don't know what the owl is, it's showing you the broken egg. Let me show you this real quick because I don't want to just do etymology, but don't show you. I don't want to leave you. To the point I'll take my time to find exactly what I need to find to show you what I'm talking about because it's important. Now hold up a minute. If you wait for a minute, I'm about to blow you away. And I'm about to expose something with Drake too. But dang, I gotta find it. Hold on. I got to start organizing my collages too, man. Hold on a second. Cause I'm looking for something real quick. Dang it, man. As soon as I'm done with this, it's gonna pop up. All right. Uh, I don't want to waste too much of your time, so I ain't gonna spend too much longer looking for it if I can't find it. But give me another minute here, because it's very important. One minute, folks. All right, I'm gonna give up on it. Um, I made a collage, and the collage is just so dope for this etymology that I'm reading. Like, if I can find that collage, this etymology will just click in your head. I won't even have to talk. But I ain't gonna trip. Basically, I'll do it the hard way. I'll just find it here. See, there's a reason Drake company called Ovo, and there's a reason he got the owl. We know that Ovo is the face of the owl, but why do they call it the wise old owl? Don't you know when you say wise old owl and you talk about the owl, and when we're enlightened, what do we say? Wow. What is the Big Bang? Pow, bow, explosion. Wow, the lights come on. You're enlightened. Wow, plow, bow. Everything that's dealing with expansion, when you want to sync it to that, you can find any word with owl in it, you can tie it into it. What is a vowel? See what I'm saying? These are bends in the language. And we talked about shell worlds, right? A gateway, a gate is a bend, it's an arch. So a vowel are bends in the consonants. When you speak, you got consonants, which are represented like a straight line that goes consonant. But when it bends, a vowel is a bending, A-E-I-O-U, allowing the consonants to flow, to bend, ease the tension. So it's like metal grinding together and you put oil on it to ease the tension. All right. Our language, when you talk about consonants, is like metal grinding together, and the vowels are there to ease the tension. So, anyway, that's why a vow, a oath, all of this stuff can be related to cosmology. Because a vow or oath is, hold on a second. See, this is this ancient, the earliest way you can ever make a contract or a vow. The earliest form of two people making a vow or taking an oath or a promise is right here. Now, when you say promise, the root word of promise is what? You went to it in high school with your female. It was called a prom. It's something called promissory notes. See, the prom is the real wedding, the marriage. Y'all want to know an ancient secret? By the time you went to the prom, you was having your wedding. We so corrupted today, we get married in our damn late 40s and 50s. Some of us don't even get married then. Because marriage is a contract with the state today and not a real bonding of two souls making their own promise. They making a promissory note with the state. That's why the state can come take all of their stuff. So understand that cosmic law is still in effect. You just don't know it. Bonding, you're looking at it now. See, if the ground didn't make a bond with the sky, none of us will be here. If the sun didn't make a bond with the moon, none of us will be here. So, what you got to realize is the prom is the boy and the girl making a bond. This is a promise. That's what the prom is about, the promise. Now, what was the Ark of the Covenant? The promise, right? Noah's Ark was the rainbow is supposed, we can remember the promise, right? And the promise is nothing but the sun and the moon having a prom date. The ground and the sky kissing each other. That kissing is two lips. And if you look at these images, you can look at them all like two lips. Look at my lips. They say I got pretty lips, but I don't lick them like LL. Look at your lips and look at these images. So when a man and woman come together in marriage, what do they have to do? Kiss each other. Why do we do this stuff? Why do we shake hands and that's enough for me to believe you? Why do a man and a woman simply kiss each other and that's enough for them to trust and have faith? Based upon that, you may kiss the bride. This is cosmic law, people, because the lips, the hands, all of these are gateways into the soul. And these are the things that, when you connect them to a cosmic level, represent the bonding of our reality. The sunlight literally reaches a barrier where the moonlight begins. So as the sun and the moon dance with each other, they're kissing. The light at the edge of the blue moonlight reaches an edge called daylight. And a bright daylight reaches an edge called moonlight. And right there in the middle, the two lights are kissing each other, and it's so beautiful. That's a purple spot. I love that time of day. They call it dawn. And the sky is purple orangey looking. Go outside very early sometime when the sky is purple orangey. You can see the night kissing the day. You're right in between them in that sweet spot. You see? It's really crazy that they call it dawn as well, symbolizing the expansion of a singularity. Because the dawning is the yawning. When you wake up in the morning, you're yawning because it's the dawning. And the AN, or excuse me, the AW and yawn or on is really OW, because we're going to get back to this owl. Owl or owl. AWL, OWL. So, ovo, right? When we go back to etymology, what is it telling you? It's dealing with the egg. Why? Because the woman got ovaries. And they are oval shaped, you know, like a football. And that's what an egg is all about. Because the shell, really an egg is a boundary. An egg is not one thing. An egg is composed of a shell, liquid, and yolk. It's a trinity, but you call it one thing. That's why they said God is the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, but it's still one God, though, because they talking about expansion. Okay? The sunlight is beamed outward in 360 degrees, and it has something that's plural called rays. But these plural rays still coming from a single source, a little dot. And emitted from that dot is the rays or the light. So the sun is showering us with its rays, and we call it daylight. You can look at the sun like a huge hose pipe, skeeting out light all in a 360-degree fashion, skeeting it out from a point of singularity, being that bright opening. The sun is not it's not really in this realm. It's connected to this realm like a door is connected to a house, but part of the door is on the outside of the house, and part of the door is on the inside of the house. You're on the inside of a house looking outside of your door, and you call that the sun. But the sun is a gateway. It's not something that's like a ball of light. It's more like a moving doorway that's open, and it's bleeding out the light of the truth. The sun is a rip in the atmosphere that is bleeding in the true light of the source. And the moon is a rip in the other half of the atmosphere that is allowing the access light to bleed out as starlight and as the moon. See, as the sunlight exits the moon, it creates phases. They say the sunlight is creating the moon phases. They got it wrong. If you take away the moon, the entire Earth terrarium will fill up with sunlight. Just like if you take away the if you put the drain in the kitchen sink while the water on, the sink will overflow and fill up with water, and your floor will get wet. But if you take that plug out, you allowing the water to go down the drain so you can let it run all day and it ain't gonna overflow. You can just let that, why would you want to waste water? But I'm just making an example. You can cut on that sink and just let that water run all day and it ain't gonna flood your kitchen because you ain't got that blocking the drain. The moon is an opening. It's if you take the moon away, it'll be like putting the drain plug in the sink and allowing the sunlight to fill up the entire terrarium. Light behaves like water. The moon is like a magnetic vortex or opening that is absorbing the daylight of the sun. And basically what's going on is like how we recycle water, light is constantly being recycled. The light of every day is recycled through the night. I told you, darkness is not the absence of light. It's the compression of light. Nighttime is the edge of the daylight. You got to look at it that way. Nighttime is where all of the daylight compresses into an edge or an egg. So nighttime was always linked up to the great mother and the egg. The moon was the egg. Because egg is edge. Night is the shell of the day or the shadow. That's the mystery of the owl, who is a nocturnal creature. So what is a lampshade? It's the shell of the light surrounding the light. Shell really means the barrier and egg is edge. This is important before we get more into the etymology. So the edges of the earth are the eggs of the earth. There are no edges. When you go to the edge of the earth, just say you traveling toward, let me show you, let me pull this back up. Let's say you travel toward that little blue pole in the middle that we call the North Pole. You reach an edge of the earth. They call that the center edge. But the edges are gateways, so they're not edges you can fall off. You can fall into, but not fall off into them. In other words, you can walk into a doorway, but you can't fall off of a doorway. At the center of the earth, what we call the edge or the egg of the earth is where we walk into the yoke. Journeying toward the center of the earth is walking back to the point of singularity or 0 degrees. That 0 degrees is the yoke, which is 0. And once you get to the middle, you enter the yoke. You enter the yoke. All right? Now, they said that you reach the edge of the earth when you journey toward the center, but what happens when you journey outward? You reach another edge, and you see why it's all the edge is just the egg, because when you go outward, you reach the shell of the egg, and when you go inward, you reach the yolk of the egg. Maybe 2 different parts of the egg, but it's still the egg. We call it the northern egg and the southern egg, but it's just the yolk and the shell. And let me show you why. Let me show you why. This is why. Hold on a minute. This is why. The outer barrier of the earth is what's connected to the shell. So here's the thing. This little vault right here represents you walking into a pole. This vault right here is you walking into a pole. Now guess what? From the inside of our little terrarium, if you was walking out and you reached that barrier, you would also be walking into a pole. Because if you was on that, just say if you live in one of them purple worlds that's behind this world, our world is their North Pole. And the further you go out, the dome that's in front of you becomes a big old pole. It's like the doggone pole is getting bigger and bigger. If you inside of this very first terrarium, then the North Pole is thin to us because we in the first realm. But if you was like 4 worlds back, the North Pole to you would be that dome in front of you. It's all connected to that dome. You wouldn't walk on that dome to get to the North Pole. You would walk through those worlds. You could see this, you don't walk on the sky. So I want to break this down to y'all when we talk about the cosmic journey, because guess what you see in Egyptian? Let me show you some. I'm going to show you some real quick. Here's Egyptian artwork. You see these fellas right here? They're swimming on the outside of Nut, and they're making a journey around the shell of the egg. Let me point something out to you. The journey that they're making is this pattern. This is called a world egg. This is one of the most ancient artistic depictions of the cosmos. You know, this is a modern interpretation, this world egg, but this exists in many ancient versions. But this is the most popular one today. This is the world egg. This shows the journey that these guys took on this boat, a spiral-like pattern. That's why I keep pulling up this Dante's Inferno. When we go into hell, we're going in a spiral vortex, like going down a spiral slide, and we're re-entering that hole, or that you're going back into the mind of the source. I told you that your pineal gland is expanding outward into breaking off into a crossroads called pupils or peepholes, which are gateways, the middle of your eyes, that blackness, that's a doorway. It allows the outside world into those 2 black holes being your pupils, and the information goes down a dark highway to a single point called a pineal gland. You put together the reality back there, but you bring it in through the eyes. You don't see with the eyes. The eyes are just gateways. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is when information is entering the eyes, it enters the eyes split, but it reaches a point of singularity in the back of the brain called the pineal gland. This is the journey of the soul through Dante's Inferno. So what we call the lower half, or all of the chakras below the heart chakra, makes a journey through Dante's Inferno. And all of the higher chakras, the half of the chakras above the heart chakra, those are sent through the Skynet system above. So you're spiraling upward and spiraling downward at the same time when the energy leaves the body. And the 2 halves that splitting become the sperm and the egg trying to meet up again to re-solidify you again. into one. Beautiful stuff. The soul takes its journey through this blue elevator, and this blue portal can be seen as a spiral staircase, or beam me up Scotty, or a spiral staircase going up. Dante's Inferno would be the spiral staircase going down, the stairway to heaven. All right, but they also have a stairway to hell that they don't tell you about. When we leave the body, we go to heaven and hell, because the energy split. The red chakras go into the heavy part. All them chakras below the heart, those recorded all the fear, depression, frustration, even the excitement was in the gut. See, all the stuff below the heart is another brain, the stomach. It's in the gut. You remember you have a gut feeling. All of them gut feelings, all of those red feelings like hatred, sadness, depression, orange feelings, all of the experience that you had as a human, bad experiences, were recorded in the chakras below the heart. The reddish, orangey like chakras. They recorded all of those bad experiences in the form of gut feelings. When you're scared, you feel it in the gut. When you're depressed, it's right there in the sacral, right beneath the heart where that little shelf is. You know, it ain't, you say your heart is hurt, but it's really your chest. It's like a pain in your chest. And it's like it's being pumped from the heart. You see what I'm saying? But it's like whatever they call in that little plexus chakra right there, if you pay attention to your body, a lot of those low feelings are coming below the heart. And a lot of the creative energy, excitement feelings, and just positive stuff is coming above the heart. So I'm just breaking down the chakras. When you get an aha moment, that's right at the top in the crown. Okay? You associate eating with pleasure. Takes place of, you know, the gateway into for food to enter the body is through the mouth. You see what I'm saying? So your diet is determined how you think. Everything is connected, and all I'm telling you is how the biological human is connected to its spiritual chakras. The heart don't leave. The heart stays here. The green heart chakra stays on the green earth plane where the grass at. All of the chakras beneath detach, and all of the chakras above detach. And they call that the journey of the soul. The light chakras, bluish ones, all of them go to the sky. And the bottom ones, reddish ones, all of them go to the fire, where the molten and all the lava, all of that in the bowels of the earth. But see, what they ain't telling you before we go any deeper is that lava, magma, and all that don't exist as they show in that picture. Lava, magma, and all that flow through the earth like a vein system. It ain't like all the damn dirt is sitting on top of a sea of molten lava. Then the ground we walking on will burn up eventually. Every so many years, the ground will get lower and lower, because where the dirt meets the lava, it'll be burning up the dirt. So this thick dirt layer will be quickly getting ate up to the point where we'll be walking on lava eventually. So that don't make sense. The dirt, the ground is all there is, the earth, the rock, and the little fire and molten lava just flow through it like veins, but it don't occupy a whole damn sea that we just sitting on top of dirt on top of lava. That's stupid. They did that to create hell. When the early Christians started corrupting Amma's egg, and they start telling people when you die, you're going to burn forever. It wasn't that you was going to burn forever. You was going to earn forever. Take the B off. Burning is earning. Cremation, they put you in an urn. They say you get burned, but you get earned. Earning is gaining something. Because when they putting you in that, it's like putting a seed in the ground and earning a tree. So I don't want to go too fast. I'm trying to do the etymology. I'm trying to pull out my brain, all my research to y'all in this one joint real quick. Let's go back here. So the burning is what restarts the yearning for you to return. You hear how all of these words connect? The earn, return, burn, you yearned, and you earn your right to be here right now. You literally earned it. All right. So again, Dante Inferno has the word earn. This is talking about death, cremation. Not the damn cremation where they setting you on fire. Nature would cremate you even if they didn't do that. We call it decomposition. It's a slow process of burning. You want to speed it up, they just put you in the flames. But it's still the same thing. Now, as you burn, you turn in the afterlife. People say, man, when I was close to death, it felt like I was going down a spiral. Like when a kid is going, why you think kids like the spiral slides? They like to slide. They just came from that journey, slide down Jacob's ladder. So when you show them a slide, you ain't got to teach them shit. Even if a baby 2-3 years old just learning how to walk, when that baby see that slide, it's gonna know, okay, it's gonna try to climb up there. You're gonna have to say, hold up, son, let me help you, boy. You're gonna hurt yourself. You don't know how to climb it. Let me put you up there and push you down. But the parent never stop and say, damn, I didn't have to teach this little baby how to put its butt down and slide down. And I didn't have to tell it, hey, this is a slide, little 3-year-old, 4-year-old, and you can get up there and just, it'll push you down. You don't have to teach no damn baby how to slide. They look at that instrument and in their soul, they know, damn, this gonna be fun because they just slid to this existence. They are sliders. And there was a movie called Sliders where they was traveling through time through these different shell worlds and stuff, sliding through wormholes. So we slide down this spiral slide, man, and it's fun. It's fun. When you die, it's literally fun. It's like being a child again on a big slide. You don't know that till you leave the body, though. It's like, bro, Sanchez, you ain't never died. How you know I did die? Now check this out. Brother Sanchez, check this out. Like I said, when you die, it's fun. Don't let nobody tell you different. In the South, in New Orleans, when they have funerals, somebody didn't make the connection. I told you when you die, it's fun. In the South, when they have funerals or funerals, they celebrate. Can't tell me dying ain't fun. I ain't telling you, don't, try no stupid shit. Living is fun too, but I'm just saying. It's all fun because there's no such thing as ending, only new beginnings. It's to take away your fears of death, understand why the root word of funeral is fun. The same reason people say, hey man, I was having a near-death experience and it felt like I was on a big old slide, man, on a spiral slide. That's fun. What you basically describing is you was having fun. I'm envying you, you know what I'm saying? Like, but that's what I'm saying. The journey back is a spiral type journey through the Inferno, but they start interpreting it as some hell joint. The ancestors was having fun. Look at them dudes on the outside of Nut on them boats. They taking the afterlife journey. Look like they having fun to me. I like to go canoeing and rafting. You know what I'm saying? They out there, they on their boats. That's the cosmic boat. They ain't sad and scared. They just selling the waters of new because they know they about to be renewed. They know they about to be new again. So as you go back to that point in the middle of all the stars called Polaris, it's a spiral staircase or a star case. The stars are a staircase made of light, and the soul travels up that. It's like a Christmas tree. Nut is the Christmas tree. Polaris is in the middle. That's the beacon that let us find our way home. The soul will never get lost because Polaris is the brightest star in the sky. All you got to do is go toward the brightest star when you leave the body. You won't get caught up in the moon and the sun and all this spookism they talking about with don't go to the moon, don't go to the, hey, you won't detour if you climb up the magic mountain. That's what all this means. All right. So the stars are there. They're the stairs. The stars are the stairs to heaven. It's a light staircase. We're inside of a holographic type earth. Now, you have stars above you and you have stars below you. The stars below you or the stairs below you are the layers. Now, the word layer is also the word lair. Lair, and a lair is a stair. Lair. See what a lair is? It's a stair or a stage. This is a lair. Became the word layer. Layers of layers are different layers or layers. And the layers of the inside of the earth, excuse me, the layers, you got layers above, layers below. This is what Dante Inferno represent. The bottom layers or layers, which are stairs. The bottom layers are still stairs, and the upper layers are stars or stairs. One is transitioning the lower chakras, one is transitioning the upper chakras, while the earth, the heart chakra stays here, grounded to the dielectric inertial plane. That and you know, we can get deep into that journey in future videos, but I want to kind of go back to the sacred geometry of the egg and other stuff. So email me, send me any questions or any, you know, concerns or any video ideas. This is corruption, showing you the layers, how it would look from a heliocentric global perspective versus what I'm showing. See what they did, they suspended all of this in darkness to create a void in between you and the creator. But there is no void in between, nothing. Only thing that exists is endless worlds and planes of existence. That's what they're hiding with the darkness. Now, let's go back to the etymology with the owl again, because egg is edge, and it possibly derived from the root awi, which is bird. Now, why would bird and egg be synonymous when we talk about ancient day? Because iwi is an ancient word, sounds Native American. And the word iwi means bird, but it also means egg. Why does the word bird and egg have a relation? The bird represented the edge or the shell. Remember, the egg is the shell. Here's the bird. Now, the bird represented the edge to the Mayan. All right, can y'all see that? Here we go, a better one. The sacred bird of heaven really represents what a barrier began and forms the first layer of the sky, being our world. But of course, there's many, many more beyond, like I showed you here. So this bird wings is basically, each wing is an extension of the dome. And that's the reason why bird and egg are related to the ancients, because the bird represent the egg. The bird represent the edge. The bird was also a tree, and the branches of the tree or the wings of the bird represent the edge or the barrier of the egg. Are y'all grasping this with me? The bird is the edge or the egg of the earth. Its wings are the Taurus field, just like the branches of the tree represent the barrier or the edge. Cool. We should now be able to see what I'm saying here, and I can move on. All right, so let's read some more, because it's about to get very, very interesting. This Norse-derived northern word vied in, excuse me, folks. This Norse-derived, hold on a second, just 1 minute. 1 second. So, my bad. This Norse-derived northern word vied in Middle English with native cognates I and ia from Old English egg, A-E-G, come on folks, until finally displacing the others after the 1500 Caxton rights of a merchant, probably a North Country man in a public house on the Thames who asked for eggs. And the good wife, look at this form of English, people. This show you how our language transformed to what it is today. This is the word wife. Wife was literally spelled W-Y-F, like Wi-Fi. Wifey is Wi-Fi. And if you look at, let me just show you why the great mother, why all of this is deep. The Wi-Fi symbol is the egg expanding. Here's the egg. As the egg breaks, it expands. They turned it into the Wi-Fi symbol. It's really the great mother or the wifey, the wifey. So check this out. The good wife answered that she could speak no French. She spoke no French. You got to know, this is see, if you wrote this on your paper today, you would get an F. But this is how we used to talk and write. That's why I do syncretism. That's why I do etymology, because these words used to be spelt different ways. And if you don't go back to the original spellings, then you falling for the magician's trick. That's why it's called a spell. When they respell these words, they performing a different ritual to reach the same results. And the smarter you get, the more they change the combination, because the combination is the spelling. That's the magic, the spell. When you wise up, they just spell it a different way and perform a different ritual. They say, well, it doesn't mean that. The moment you start getting smart, they get smarter. And as you raise your consciousness, they just rewrite the spelling of that which you're now becoming aware to. You see what I'm saying? This is the English language deception. and how it's being used against you. Because with the new spelling of the word comes a new definition. And the new definition is the accepted truth, not the current state of awareness that you've risen to. So it's another way of them pushing the boundaries. They're pushing the what? Edge. They're pushing your mental boundaries. And just when you think you're smart, they tell you you're dumb. Nope, we redefine what it is now. You see what I'm saying? So as your mind open, they have to recreate the matrix and respell shit. That's why we got to be syncretists and go and be word magicians and crack the combinations, because etymology is atomology. Atoms are just vibrational waves, it's not particles. The vibration is the sound. That's what etymology is about. Redeciphering reality through the sound, listening to the words you speak, breaking them down into etymology, into syllables. Because when you break down the syllables, you are cracking the great seals that the Bible speak of in Revelation. People, the book of Revelation is a mental revealing. In order for you to have that revelation with the Creator, you got to crack the seals open. And it was 7 seals. The seals are the syllables. You got to break the word down. The word is God. Remember, words rule the world, vibration. Until you understand your language gonna rule you. So etymology, syncretism, all of this is the great journey back to gain the revelation. See, once you start breaking the words down, you reach the edge of the matrix. And the edge of the matrix is the binary code, 0 and 1, sperm and egg. That's what I keep going back to. The cycle of life. Once you open your brain, it leads you back to that. You know now. You're on the level of the controllers now. You know that there is no death, just like Neo know. That when he died in the Matrix, he was just going to wake back up on a Trinity ship. Because he was being loaded into the Matrix and the real him existed on the Trinity ship. But the people in the Matrix, they didn't know that. They didn't know that the real them was plugged into a human factory form and they was asleep. The edge of your head is your dome or your brain. It shapes like an egg. And the brain represents the barrier, the limits of your understanding being the edge of your knowledge of reality, and your interaction with the world around you is based upon how you can define it and make sense out of it. The least sense you can make out of it, the more the world outside is a hell to you and is not a shell to you. See, when you know what the ancients know is not a hell, it's a shell. And when it's a shell, you know you protected. Ain't nothing to worry about, you in heaven. But when the shell is removed, it becomes a hell. And that's what the globe represents. It represents you moving around a dark void without a shell around you. So at any given moment, you can die. Therefore, with that kind of thinking, it's a hell hole on this world. No, all of the humans are chaotic because our cosmology is chaotic. If you tell some people they floating on a doggone rock and they running out of resources and it's overpopulating and at any given moment they can die from a cataclysm, it's gonna be fucking chaos. Who's gonna be calm living in telling them that? So we see our world is chaotic. It's a hell because we remove the shell. I'm going to say that again. It's a hell because we remove the shell. Let me read some more of this though. All this doing is showing you how the word egg come from the word egg and all of that to egg. But cracking the egg is opening your mind up. Opening up your mind. Listen, A closed mind is a closed egg and the yolk can't shine. Cracking the head, opening your brain, right? What connects you back with source. Humpty Dumpty, crack the egg. See, the crazy thing about it is the egg is the edge, because when you crack the egg, it's going to lead you back to the dimensions of the earth, or what we call the goddess Nut. She represents the boundary, the outline of the earth. Because seeking enlightenment is walking around in the dark, in a dark room. If you was inside of a dark room, what knowledge would you need? The dimensions of the dark room. Since you don't have a light, you gotta feel. So you would walk around that dark room with your hands out seeking for a wall. And you will, when you make contact with that wall, you will follow that wall all around to see what shape the room is. And you will say, okay, I'm inside of a triangle room, or I'm inside of a box-shaped room. Even if you're in the dark, you can feel the walls. But if you're in the middle of that dark room, the first thing you will have to do, you will have to take some brave steps out of the center of that room toward the wall. Why it's brave is because you can't see. And what if there's holes in the ground? You're in a dark room. You don't know where you're at. You want to know where I'm at without no lights on. You got to feel for the boundaries around you to see what shape of the room I'm in by feeling the walls. Before you can make contact with the wall being the boundary or the edge, you got to be brave. You got to walk from the center of that dark room and take them first steps toward the wall. Blindfolded. You don't know what's going to be there when we go to Antarctica. We don't know what's going to be there when we go to the North Pole. But we're in this room and we're trying to find the boundaries. Blindfolded. Yes, you got two eyes, but the earth is so big you're blind to the boundaries of this expansive place. So the journey leads you from the center of self, meaning that city you was born in, that hospital you was born at, and every decision you made from a newborn baby to now sent you on a quest and on a boat to the North Pole, to the Antarctic ring. See, before Brother Sanchez died, that's what I'm going to do, even if it costs me my life. You already old anyway. But that's something I don't talk about much, because that's something I know I'm going to do. Now, there's a movie called Pan's Labyrinth. I want y'all to watch it. Go watch Pan's Labyrinth on Netflix. And it'll show you why Pan is the god of the crossroads of Papa Lekba. And it'll go into the Inferno and all of that. But anyway, you know, as man opened his mind to the possibilities of reality, the more he opened his mind and his consciousness expands outward, the more his heart lead him to get on a boat and see what the edges of the earth is. And that's by design. Humans were made to be navigators. The original humans were navigators before civilizations was built. They said they was finding land to build it at. And to do that, they had to be navigators before they became presidents, lawyers, football players. The people that founded countries were navigators. The slaves in those countries don't value the science of navigation. So let me break some down to you. As man expands his consciousness, he expands his geographic territory from the center of the earth where he was born. Man was created at the center of the earth. Let me show you something. Man did not know that there was worlds beyond where we were created at those worlds around the North Pole. Man started to expand his consciousness. Man started to say, hey, what if there's worlds out there beyond that ocean? You see, as man's mind started to expand outward, he started to expand his physical genealogy and body outward and plant the population of humanity outward from the center. You see, as his consciousness expanded, his bloodline expanded. And as he found one world, he said, wow, what if there's other ones out there? And the lily pad theory of man starting at the center and it populating all these other worlds beyond, like a ripple effect. But him moving his physical body there by first moving his mental mind there, because where the head go, the ass follow. Man had to perceive that there were no boundaries and that there was expansion beyond that where he was in order to make the brave journey outward. You in the middle of a dark room, you have to know that this darkness is not all there is. It's just my sight limitation. So I get up and I walk from the center of this room and I walk outward and I reach a boundary and I realize that there are edges of my reality, or egg, that there's an egg to my reality or an edge to my reality. And each time man finds an egg, he finds new land, because what is an egg? New life. You get it? Each egg is new land, new life, new possibilities, new beautiful scenery and waterfalls. Each edge represents a new beginning, just like each egg represents a new beginning. If I give you 10 eggs, you know that's 10 new beginnings, 10 lives beginning, 10 chickens about to be hatched. So in the case of the earth, each egg is a tent pitched. Each egg is an edge, or all of these different tents inside of a tent. And each tent is a world or life. That tent is life. If you walking in the forest and all you see is trees, you lonely. You like, man, ain't no signs of life, ain't no signs of civilization. Then you stumble across this village of tents. You don't see no humans, you just see a bunch of tents. Guess what you gonna know? Okay, humans live around here. They probably went hunting, but they coming back, or they probably inside of them tents sleep. But you know them tents represent life. So each of these shells is a tent that represent consciousness, life, other humans, other civilizations beyond ours. And the only thing stopping us is the boundaries of our own mind. You got to crack the egg to make it to another world. See, from our world, if we were to get on boats and travel outward, and we were to go south to go to other worlds beyond our world, we will have to penetrate the shell or the torus field. And that's another way of saying cracking the egg. So if you look at the torus field, it's beams of light coming out of the torus field. And that's how you leave the earth from the south area. Flat earthers, listen up. The only way you can leave the earth going north is through the North Pole Beam Me Up portal. I'm going to say it again. The only way you can exit the earth traveling north is through the elevator, the cosmic portal, the gateway that's called the North Pole, 0 degrees. It's a cosmic portal, a beanstalk. It's the blue line in the middle. That's the only way you can leave the earth going north. Now, the only way you can exit the torus field going south is through what we call stars. Stars are openings in the dome. The North Pole is the door of the house. The stars are the windows, meaning traveling north is exiting the house through the front door. If you go if you go up that pole, it's exiting through the front door. If you go down that pole, it's exiting through the back door. But if you go outward toward the southern ring and the edge of our torus field, you can exit through the windows of the house, being the starlight. You see? But you would need some kind of technology that allow you to do that from our dome. Our level of reality, our enlightenment, our science, technology will have to cross a threshold of understanding that's on a level of the world beyond ours in order for us to build the technology that would allow us to penetrate the dome that way through the flesh. In other words, if man want to cross over these thresholds or these domes without leaving the body and transitioning his consciousness into his body that exists already in that world, because we're being reflected from the center. We exist in the center, but since the nature of these domes are reflective, it's like a mirror house. The real you exists in the very center, but it's been reflected outward into all of those worlds like a mirror house. So what'll happen if you left this world physically and went to the world beyond? It'll be like what happened in that movie, Jet Li the One, when he was meeting up with his reflections. Jet Li existed on every plane of existence in the universe, and he wanted to go meet up with himself on each one and kill himself so he can get all the energy. And that's what they telling you. You exist on all of these different planes of existence, but you being reflected from the center to all the outward worlds. Like when you dream, you shifting your consciousness to one of your reflected bodies. That those outer worlds are like dream worlds, but they connected to this world too. So when you sleep in this world, you can shift your consciousness to one of those reflected versions of yourself into a reflected earth. This realm exists in many forms. It's being reflected outward. And you exist in this realm in those many reflections outward from the center. So the dream world is just a reflection of this world. One of those, when you're in a dream, you're in one of those outer planes. And when you wake up, you move your consciousness back to this center when you be in your bed again. But that dream body that you using, when you in a dream and you running and you getting tired, but this body's still in the bed resting, you using a reflected body. Okay? You're being reflected outward. The moment you was conceived, you projected outward from the center, started to be reflected and occupy space. So, in order for you to move the physical body past these thresholds, you will have to move the mental consciousness beyond that threshold of knowledge and awareness. This plane of existence is limited in its knowledge and understanding of how the cosmos work. In order for man to physically move himself beyond this torus field into the next world beyond this one, he would have to understand the nature of the dream world. Because going outward is going into less dense worlds. And man only know about dense stuff, physical matter, heavy shit. Break it apart, I can understand it. The least dense you make it, the less he understand it. They so dumb, they think that if you can't see something, it don't exist. This is why we can't move beyond the torus field. Understand that if you ever watch X-Men, Nightcrawler is able to teleport through walls. Some creatures are able to walk through walls. Now, let's look at this on a macrocosmic level, because we're not talking about walking from your backyard to your bathroom through wood and bricks. That's stupid. It would be cool to do, but let's think bigger. The walls are the different shells that separate the worlds or the planes of existence. And no one has been able to penetrate them. Meaning, the different versions of you that exist on those outer planes have been trying to penetrate the worlds beyond it, behind it, and in front of it, but has not been successful. Each of these levels of understanding have always been separated, and that's what the splitting of the seas originally represented, the splitting of understanding. And the reason it's called understanding, because you stand under your level of awareness. Now, many people that come to this earth and they master everything about this realm, then they reach a level of overstanding where they move beyond to those more subtle worlds. They get more powerful and powerful. Go and watch that movie, Jet Leader 1. The least dense you are, the more powerful you are. So expanding your consciousness to those outer planes existence mean a rapture. Right now, if you understood the knowledge of one of those humans that live in the earth plane beyond this one, guess what'll happen? Your body will just drop dead. Right now, you would have an aha moment that's so deep you will have a heart attack. You wouldn't be able to take, you would die. You know how when I be enlightening y'all and your heart go to beating, your hair stand up? That would happen so intense that you will die. You will have a heart attack. And your consciousness will leave this body, and it'll literally go to that higher consciousness that gave you that aha moment. People here have your funeral. They'll be crying and stuff. But what they won't know is that, man, you just entered a state of bliss. Remember, when you reach that state of aha and the heart busts, what's the symbol of a broken heart? See, Christ can only enter a broken heart, man. Remember, Christ can only enter a broken heart. The symbol of a broken heart, you looking at it, people. This is a broken heart. This the Valentine's Day heart, broken in half. The two fishes or the two teardrops, each half of the heart. Yin yang. So when you open up your mind to the possibilities beyond this reality, you can't live here anymore. You have to die, because it's time for you to move on to a level of understanding that's beyond this one. And you're going to keep standing under some kind of dome where there's a level of knowledge beyond yours. And since the Most High is infinite, you will never get so smart where it'll end, because knowledge is infinite. You'll keep having aha moment out the aha moment and expanding and rising up that stairway the smarter the soul get. So from where we are now, we look up at the stars. Those are worlds where the light of this world is shining outward. The purpose of looking at the stars is so that you know something else is beyond this world. The light that's exiting this world is leading you to that which is beyond this world. Thus the stars are the windows of the torus field that bleed out the light of this world into the subtle world beyond. And it's a filtering process. And the light gets least dense and least dense to it's sort of a violet purplish light the farther you get. And they said it's the highest heaven. The light there is so blissful that there's no need for movement at all. This is deep stuff. So you're seeing the light leave this world and it's being filtered. And the further out it go, the least intense it is, the more calm and comfort it is. So the world you're in ain't the most comfortable plane of existence to be on. What we call dreams are real places. Now listen, because we gotta go over some more stuff here. Understand what I'm telling you here. For man to physically leave this plane of existence, he have to mentally leave it first. His level of understanding have to reach a threshold that's beyond this terrarium and the way elements behave within this terrarium. You see, once he imagine the possibilities beyond his understanding, he will develop technology that would allow him to physically connect the worlds like the ancestors was doing. The reason we're not using these pyramids as real applicable technology is because it takes meditation. A lot of these structures are real gateways, like the ancestors was making physical devices to connect the worlds, and they still can be used to transcend your consciousness to the other planes. We just forgot the instructions. You're supposed to be going inside of these pyramids doing some form of meditation, and you'll astral project out of this fucking world. But the day when you go to these pyramids, they got you worshiping symbols and pharaohs, sun worship. And it took away the technology of what these structures was built for. These were stargates that our ancestors succeeded at transcending their level of knowledge beyond this terrarium. And they created structures today that get overlooked because we don't understand the technology. Just like an ant would overlook a cell phone. We just think it's beautiful monuments and, ooh, look at the carvings on it. We don't understand this was technology that allowed the ancients to leave here spiritually. So a lot of these structures like Stonehenge is stargates. When you talk about a stargate, 50% of it is into this reality, and the other 50% bleed into the world that they trying to project themselves into. That's what the sun and moon are. They're not 100% in this reality. They're doorways. 50% of the sun is in the next reality, and the other 50% is here, just like your front door. It's one door, but half of the door is inside the house and the other half is outside the house. When we looking at these ancient concepts and structures, we can only see the physical half based upon our dumbed down level of understanding. So we say, look at these beautiful monuments that they was building. We can't see the hidden invisible magnetic portal that's surrounding them. See, if you put on some ferrocell glasses, and to those who don't know, a ferrocell allow you to see a magnetic energy field in real time. If you put on ferrocell glasses and go to Stonehenge, you'll see what these structures are. They're stargates to tap into the subtle realm that you can't see, but it's there. If you put on some doggone ferrocell glasses and go to the pyramids at Giza, it'll be a totally different experience. It'll be like an ecstasy trip. You will see portals and colors and rainbow type patterns and sacred geometrical shapes leading from a doorway. It'll be like a gateway, an opening. But when you go, they don't show you the hidden half. All of these physical structures have invisible gateways permeate from it. That's why they said that magnetic energy is so high around these temples. The magnetic energy is so high around the pyramids. Well, if you can see a magnetic energy field, which ferrocell glasses will allow you to do that, and you take a trip to the pyramids, your experience will be totally different than everybody else. You will be literally walking into the ancient spiritual world, and you will be looking at the magnetic energy grid that they was building instead of just the physical skeleton called a pyramid. I hope y'all see what I'm saying here. When we go to these temples and places, we're only looking at the skeleton of what the technology is. That ain't nothing. If you put on them magnetic glasses, you'll see what they was building. That's way more beautiful than that pyramid made out of rocks. They shaped the rocks a certain way because they was building an energy field that you can't see. You so starstruck and psyched up and you all starstruck looking at the doggone pyramid that you don't see the invisible real wonder why they create the physical structure. And that's what they did with dumbing us down. Got you hyped about the rocks and a pile of dirt that you can't see why they was putting it that way. Why they piled the dirt up in this area on this degree of the earth, this longitude and latitude. Why did they make the next pyramid be this many degrees off of that one? Why is it hollow? Put on your magnetic glasses and then the ancient world come to life. You start seeing magnetic openings and vortexes, and you start seeing what the ancients was really building. What they was building didn't exist in this realm, but part of it existed here as a monument, as a temple, as a pyramid. And if you only see the 50% that's a physical structure, you don't see that they was building a physical structure to tap into the world beyond this one. Until you put your magnetic ferrocell glasses on, then you see this huge stargate surrounding these structures. Then the next question is, how do I enter it? You have to shift your consciousness to your light body, the dream body. And once you do that in these areas, guess what? You will lucid dream. What am I saying? I'm saying when you sleep, you can dream. And from that dream plane, if you start lucid dreaming, you can fly to the North Pole and leave the Earth. When you do that, the guardian angels will ask you, do you want to return or go somewhere to reconnect with your other half, and you will be a powerful guru on another plane, like Jet Leader 1. If you say, yes, I want to do that, then you die in your sleep. People in this plane say, man, he died in his sleep, but you didn't die. Your consciousness shifted to that dream body and you kept sleeping on into a new reality. It's a never-ending story. The same body you got here, you got there. Like when you're dreaming, right? So if you start dreaming and you never wake up, then so be it. It ain't no biggie, man, all right? Because when you dreaming, you got your mama there, your daddy there. When you dreaming, you inside of a life, man. Ain't nobody got to tell you nothing. You know your mama, you know the people around you. So if you die in your sleep while you dreaming, it's no biggie. It ain't like you remembered this place anyway. The moment you start dreaming, the dream becomes the reality. So if you die in your sleep, it ain't like you missed nothing. You was dreaming anyway. You was in a reality. You see what I'm saying? It ain't like you gonna say in a dream, oh, I was asleep in the bed and I died. Shit. No, you got a whole house and a bed in the dream world. You can go to grandma's house in the dream world. You can go to auntie house in the dream world. It might be slightly different. Instead of a red rose, it may be a blue rose. Because the dream worlds are just slightly different versions of this one. And your mama is there, but she's in a slightly different version, but it's your mama. Just like the dream body you in when you there. is a slightly different version than the one that's in the bed sleeping. So if the one in the bed that's sleeping die, then the version that you projected into in a dream was and is always is. It ain't like you can die. Because dying is just waking up in another bed, realizing you were sleeping again. It's like you keep waking up, but there is no damn dying. You just keep waking up in a hospital again. But you can physically leave this place through the dream state. And you can break the cycles of death. Ain't nothing wrong with dying and being reborn. That's the way nature designed to transition to consciousness. But when you become a guru, it's like saying, nature, I don't need your assistance no more. I know how to transition my own consciousness. And then that way you will close your eyes, meditate into one of those dream bodies, and you can come back here. And you can wake up and you can say, yeah, man, I just went to the Bahamas in the other plane. You know, I just took a break in my other body over there because this realm is stressful. We got to work in this one. Since I live in all of these realms, I can transition between them both to ease the tension. That's what meditation was about. This realm is more dense, so it's more stress here. So you meditate it to relieve the stress. But when you say relieve, what are you saying? You keep on relieving and re-entering the earth. Meditation is relieving because you're leaving the body. You're relieving and relieving and relieving and relieving. And each time you cross a threshold, it's an aha moment. You see, so work ain't that stressful. Waking up from a good old wet dream, is it? You know, I'm being funny, but I'm being for real. You can go and listen to your boss bullshit after you just had a dream that you was flying with your dead loved one. You dreamt that you was talking to your grandmother. It was so comforting. Y'all was flying through the sky. You woke up, it's time to go to work, and people like, why he so happy today? Well, it was something he experienced when he was sleeping that allowed him to relieve energy. Some of the energy that exists in this realm, he allowed it to escape to the next realm and ease the tension. Let some of the steam out. That's what you do. You take in some of the experiences from this realm into the other ones so they don't pile up in either realm and nothing to be too heavy on any one of your reflections that exist on either realm. What they want to do is trap you in one realm and pile up all your problems under this one level of understanding when there's so much more, so many more. Listen, man, if I told you you had an infinite amount of storehouses, why would you pile up shit into just one of them? That's what they're doing to you with your level of understanding. So the system is overriding, it's crashing because you're not understanding that you have more room than what they say. You gotta lose the space programming. Space take away those different planes of existence and it gives you darkness. And you pile everything up on a blue ball and they call it overpopulation. But it's happening on a spiritual plane, a mental plane. All of the questions that you have about reality are piling up in this place because the answers that you need to free yourself ain't given to you. It's so many questions that's going unanswered, they call it overpopulation. But it's more and more chaos based upon people ain't getting their questions answered. Stuff ain't making sense. You saying we running out of fuels and you saying the fuels come from dead dinosaurs. So my car run off Tyrannosaurus Rex bones. It don't make sense. People asking questions. Our consciousness is rising and these people got to push the boundaries and create more malarkey. And it don't give you more answers. It just leads us to more questions because it don't make sense. And the more questions we have, the more sound vibration build up in this place, the more tension, the more steam build up under this level of understanding. All of these, see, these questions are living things. Understand that. These questions are living things and they seek to leave the earth just like you. So when these questions go unanswered, they linger around this terrarium and they pile up and they get tense and we reach a war. We reach a climactic point, and the foundation of it all was the spiritual deception. All wars are religious wars, folks, based upon people's level of understanding. Don't you get it? You're standing under a dome, and the people who are lying to you about that dome are giving you space so that the questions that's under your skull cap are not getting answered, and it's causing chaos, confusion. The spirit wants to know the answers, and it gets unsettled the more it has unanswered questions, and war comes, disease comes, because the only thing that feeds the spirit is the truth, the answers. But religion hides the truth. The globe hides the truth. And it tells you we overpopulating on this little ball, but what's overpopulating are the many unanswered questions that are entering the ether, and they can't exit the dome because you told them ain't no dome there. Questions are real things. Children ask questions about the stars, and these people tell them a lie. So these questions go unanswered, and they linger around this earth plane as energy, mad energy. They turn into war, chaos, and they rule you out of that. But when children asked the ancient people questions, they gave them answers that allowed those questions to escape the dome like butterflies. And those children thrive because the ancestors didn't try to hide the answers in the science and the religious fields. So when you look at this picture of the earth, the starlight leaving the dome are the questions leaving your head, flying away like a chicken, like a bird that just broke the egg and it learned how to fly, and it flew away from the tree, and it was able to go and expand itself, and it wasn't stuck in a tree. It knew how to fly. Unanswered questions are a bird that has wings but chooses to walk. If you was a bird, would you walk around everywhere? Only if you didn't know you could fly. And that's what science does. It takes away your flight by leaving unanswered questions when it comes to the nature of the stars and the heavens. But if they would have gave us the real answers that the ancients gave us concerning the dome, the stars, the heavens, we would have what we would need to escape the dome. You are light trying to burst out of this dome just like you see in the image. But you can't because they don't want you to know it's a dome. They don't want you to know that those stars are windows. They want you to think it's far away burning balls of fire. And when they do that, they stop the journey of the soul. The soul exists as a light bulb shining above the head. That's the crown chakra. And that light can shine and expand for infinity if there's no barrier. But when your light comes on, the barrier that they give you is the globe, religion. The ancestors taught you the nature of the barrier, and they told you that there were no barriers, because when you reached that barrier, there were more and more and more barriers. So the ancestors taught the never-ending story, and that expanded your consciousness. That made a child imagination endless. A child looked up at the sky and it knew that there was just other places of existence. A child knew this was a gateway out of this place, not a gateway into a chaotic universe, but a gateway to other planes of existence where I exist on those planes as a different form of myself. And for me to move this body into those planes is to reunite with my own self, like Jet Li the One. People, that's how you made it here. You had to reunite with your own self. You left a lower plane to come here. When you crossed the threshold, your energy split, and it was a sperm trying to find an egg. And when the sperm found the egg, you made it to that next level. Good job. But when you die, you got to do it again to go higher. You see, this is Jet Li the One. You already exist on a plane of existence you're trying to make it to beyond this one. It's just that this version of you in this old world don't exist there. So you got to combine the two. You got to kill this form of yourself by merging it with the higher self that exists beyond this world. And when that happens, we call it a funeral. And you leave this plane and the consciousness shift from this body into the higher level of understanding that you came to live in. That's what happened when you was a sperm and an egg. It's going to keep happening. See, it's crazy because when Jet Li trying to meet up with himself, that's the sperm trying to meet up with the egg. But the previous experience of the self meeting up with the future experiences. And you got to understand that the future exists in the same place of the past. Everything's occupying the same space. The past occupies the same space as the future. You're the present. You're the connecting point in between the two. You get it now. It's deep because NOW is unique to everybody. Everyone's living their own now. And if you rearrange the word own, it will be now. Now is new. Every now is a new moment. Every millisecond that's ticking is new. Now is new. When do I want you to do it? I want you to do it now. And when you do it, it's a what? It's a new action. It's an action that's happening now, and it's happening new. If I start clapping my hands, I'm clapping them now. These are new claps. If I do it again, those claps are newer than the ones before that. If I do it now, them claps newer than the ones before that. So what am I showing you? Newer is nower. The more recent, the more new. The more now, the more new. Because if I clap now, these are new claps, right? That separate them from the old claps, right? And if I clap again, well, them ain't the newest claps no more. See how the new shit pushes the old shit down in a layered type system, just like this cosmos. And every time you clap your hands, you create a new threshold that separate them new claps from the old ones. New is now. Now the claps that I just did are now the current new claps. And the ones I did, they old now. See how night is separated from day? There's really no past and future, only new or now. See how I just created history? I'm literally creating the past right now on my own time every time I clap. Every time I clap, I create history. Why? Because the new clap creates an old clap. Now, I just clapped a minute ago. If I clap again, that clap that I just did a minute ago is no longer the new clap. It's now the old clap. And I got the power to make it the old clap. Simply by bam, I just made it the old clap. Why? Because I just created a new clap. See? It's that simple. I'm creating, you see what I'm saying? I'm creating the past and present from the now. You're controlling the past and the future from the present. In other words, the past and the future is emanating from one spot. That's why time travel is possible. Just like the left eye and right eye is emanating from the pineal gland and is making a triangle, that's how the present sits in between the past and future. And from the present, you can go into the past or into the future. You go into the future all the time when you have deja vu. When you have deja vu, that's literally you going into the future. It's a glitch in the matrix. They don't want you to know that time ain't real and you can transcend time at any given time. You can have a dream that you was back at the football game with your daddy and you can smell the hot dogs just like it was yesterday. You just went back in time. You can have a dream you was at the 1999 family reunion with your family and you can smell the barbecue in the air like yesterday. You'll wake up like, damn, still smelling it in your nose. That lets you know we travel the past and we travel, we're time travelers. Because what if you die in your sleep while you dreaming about the 1999 family reunion? You just got stuck in 1999. Now we'll have your funeral here in 2019, but you was dreaming you was at a 1999 reunion. So you'll be stuck in 1999. And from that point in your dreams, you'll continue life on all the way up until the point where you went to sleep and you'll die. Did you hear me? Did you hear what I just said? If you dream that you in the year 1999 and you die in your sleep in the year 2019, when you live your life on in that dream from the year 1999, because now you stuck in the past, you don't know that you just died in your sleep in the year 2018. Listen, you went to sleep and it was the year 2018. You started dreaming you was in the year 1999 and you died in your sleep in the 2018 body. The you who was living in 1999 don't even remember that it was 2018 and it was sleep in the bed because it went to sleep. And when you go to sleep, you cross a threshold where your memory gets warped into the multiverse. You can enter any one of those Akashic memories or versions of yourself. And whichever one you enter, that's what you dream. So if you dream in 1999, because reality is made of still images that's moving. And the image is a gateway. When you dream, you re-enter that 1999 slide and you hit play from that point on the tape. And it starts spinning again. You're the one spinning it though. You're creating a reality. It's been projected from within. Reality is created from within, folks. We're in darkness right now. There is no world outside. What you see outside is in the back of your brain. Now, if you go to sleep in the year 2018 and you dream you in the year 1999 and you die in your sleep in the year 2018, body, and we have your funeral, you ain't gonna know nothing. You're gonna be in 1999. And you're gonna start your life from that point, 1999 at the reunion, and you're gonna do everything you would have did from that point all the way up until you fell asleep that night in 2018, and that's when you will die. That's what death is about. You remembering you went to sleep in the first place. It's hard to explain, but I'm trying my best. If you fall asleep in the year 2018 and dream that you in 1999 and you get trapped in the dream because you died in your sleep in 2018, you would live out that dream life all the way up to 2018 and you would have to die. You would have to die because that was the point you went to sleep in the future. Do y'all get what I'm saying, or is this shit too deep for y'all? I'm gonna stop a minute right there and I'm gonna look at the chat and I'm gonna take another break. We all need a break. Everything got to have balance, so we need to take breaks. So at this time, I'm gonna look at the chat room, and I just want to really ask all my people out there: are y'all following me with what I mean about time traveling in 2018 and the 1999 example that I gave? Do you feel what I'm saying? Are y'all tracking with me with that? Put a 1 in the chat room or a flat power. Let me know you feeling me, and I can move on to something even deeper than that. We can keep moving. Okay, yeah, everybody tracking. Every now and then we got to just, interact with each other, make sure we all on the same page and we all together as we ascend into this enlightening information together. We're going to do it hand in hand. I'm going to take a minute before I take a break, and I'm going to give shots out to the people supporting the show. You know who you are. That'll be Asia Divine Jewel. 777, appreciate that. Says gratitude, appreciate that, Asia. Another big shout out to the brother Be Strong, and my brother Willie Lil John, always coming through support what we do. Thanks, Willie. And Troy Brown, much love, my brother. Said, my man, Bro Sanchez, I'm so happy I cracked my egg. This thing is real. Flat motherfucking power, Troy Jones, me too, man. And it's a never-ending story that we all get to share together. We're graduating this plane of existence. You should pat yourself on the back, folks. You will not reincarnate with this level of understanding that we're getting. This is what you came here to get so that you can move on. They was hiding this. You should rejoice because you have it. Upon death, this knowledge would allow you to pass on in peace. And it's that peace that would allow you to escape the evils of what they call the shadow of death. Your own fears is what bring you back here. Fear is a low emotion. So when you're dying and you got all of these low vibrations, it drags you right back here. You didn't learn that it ain't nothing to be scared of. So nature bring your behind right back to this earth to run this simulation again, so that you know ain't nothing to be scared of leaving here, because you know already did your research about the boundaries of the place. You know how energy move in and out of here. You understand how the shit work. So you'll be vibrating on those high chakras. On your deathbed, you'll be thinking creative shit. On your deathbed, you're gonna be like, ooh wee, man, I wonder if it's like places where the grass is just greener, and you know that there are many worlds beyond this when it needs existence, dream worlds. You know you're just going from this body to one of them dream bodies that you was going to when you was living. So you like, okay, I'm just about to go to sleep and have another dream, and I'm gonna wake up in one of my dream bodies. You know, it's like natural to you. That knowing is what keeps you calm. And have you ever been in a car with a chaotic driver? They crash. They don't get nowhere. That's why people get reincarnated. They're leaving the body in a chaotic mind state, and those energies pull them back here. They crash into the damn wall. The wall is the Taurus field, the firmament dome. If you don't understand the knowledge of that dome and it makes you comfortable and you learn how to escape that dome, it becomes a barrier to you, not a gateway. See, a gateway can be a barrier to some people, but it can be an opening to others. And it's still a dome. A gate is a dome. It can be a barrier to some. Those who die with a chaotic theology, they choose to come back because nature don't deal with nothing but energy. When you died and you got these crazy emotions that they programmed in you, you're telling nature to send me back. Nature reads the chakral energy. So people who vibrate like how we vibrate, when we on our deathbed, it's gonna be more creative energy, more wandering energy. And what is that? Wandering is moving. Wandering is traveling. See, our inquisitive minds is what allow us to go beyond the Taurus field because we know it's some beyond it. But the people who program with these boundaries and fear-mongering spiritualities, they don't know it's some beyond. They're going to die in a chaotic state that's going to keep them coming back here because the boundaries have been, it closed them into here. You can only physically move your energy out of this realm by mentally moving your back, expanding your consciousness out of this realm. If you don't expand your consciousness out of this realm, you're going to keep reincarnate in this realm because you can't perceive of anything beyond this place. So let me give a big shout out to the people supporting the show, especially Mother Callie. Appreciate you, my sister. Much love to you, Mother Callie. Thank you for your support, sis. She said, keep that knowledge coming. Much love, my sister. Thank you, everybody, for the super chat donations. I'll go another hour if y'all let me take like a 5-minute break because, man, I need it, man. So enjoy the chat room, talk to each other, hit the like button, share the video, listen to some good music, and let your brother take a break for a minute before we go into the final hour, all right? Because we still got a lot of knowledge to go. Don't go nowhere. Still got an hour and a half worth of jewels to drop. Don't go nowhere. But I do got to take this break, man. See, what I like about pineapples is it quench your thirst and your hunger at the same time. The juice and the flesh mean you ain't even gotta have no water. You just get up and get. I take a pineapple, man. I cut. That's good stuff too. We're gonna get back into this thing. We're gonna get back into it. Yeah, the image in front of the stream now, we already went over. We was talking about the contract. Somebody in the chat room said, Bro Sanchez, can you prove any of that stuff you speaking? And I can prove it, but I can't prove it. The question is crazy because the stuff that I'm showing you proves itself. That's the crazy thing about it. You can't really prove it. Everything I'm teaching you right now, guess what? I can't prove it. Can I show you a dream world? Can I show you your other reflected body? I can't. But it proves itself. Why? Because you saw the shit that I'm talking about. You've been in a dream before. You've been in another realm before. Shout out to the brother Nick Jackson. Thank you for the donation, my brother. It made me change my outlook on the world too, Nick. And you can never look at the world the same once you open up this third eye. That's why they tell you in all the spookism, don't open the third eye, don't open the third eye. Fuck that. It's mine. Why I can't open it? You open your legs, don't it? You open your butt to let farts out, don't it? Come on, now why would you close anything that the Most High intended to be open? You open your front door, don't it? Only way you gonna keep your front door closed is if you wanna stay your ass in the house. We don't wanna stay in the house. We wanna go outside and play. That's the multiverse. We know that there's some beyond this earth. That's outside this earth. And that's where we wanna go. So we leaving our door open. You close your door and you stay your ass in the house. Bro Sanchez, do you have a book yet? You looking at my book. You got to understand, Jesus didn't write a book. Man wrote a book about Jesus. Jesus was the damn book. Brother Sanchez don't write books. Brother Sanchez embody the book. Y'all don't hear me. Jesus didn't write no damn books. Jesus went around performing miracles and people wrote about Jesus like they writing about Bro Sanchez. It's at least 3, 4, 5 websites up Bro Sanchez, and I only run one of them. You are Messiah. People gonna say, oh, he full of ego. He think he too good to write a book. I don't want my shit written in a book. The Dogon don't want they shit written in a book. You ain't gonna curse my teachings by putting it in a book and mistranslating it and all that and corrupting it. Symbols. I'm going to say it again. Once you rise to the level of understanding you need to be on, won't be no need to tear down trees and write books. When you learn the shit that I'm teaching, we'll burn up all the books and quit tearing down these trees to print this shit. What you printing, man? We don't need to be printing that on all this paper, because the truth printed in your damn heart. What book did you read to learn how to dream? I'll wait. What book did you read to teach you how to make it into that egg when you was a sperm cell? I'll wait. What book did the baby read to learn how to find the nipple? I'll wait. What book did the bird read to learn how to build his nest? I'll wait. Man think he need a damn book when he is the book. When you learn the shit I'm saying, it won't be no need for books. Every human will have the kind of critical thinking that wouldn't require you to have to write shit down or remember. What's the purpose of writing shit down? To remember shit, to study shit. But you don't got to study natural science. Nobody, do you got to study how to blink your eyes? Did you have to read a book to tell your heart how to pump? Anything you got to study is indoctrination. That which comes natural comes automatic. And you only learn it when you put the book down and open the mind. And open the mind. Open the mind. Let me go back here. Okay. That broken egg is an open mind. And so many people got their books open, but the minds closed. I'm about to catch the goddamn Holy Ghost today. Y'all better make me start preaching now. God damn it now. In other words, an open book don't always equal open mind, because they writing the books to close the minds. Somebody don't hear me, man. Let me get a goddamn hallelujah. They hoping that you open the books to close your mind. We got to quit giving, listen, we got to give credit to open minds as much credit as we give to open books. When you open a book, you don't open your mind, you just enter the mind of a damn another man. Oh, shut them down, open up shop, stop, drop, shut them down, open up shop. Sanchez got some damn facts. Oh shit. Opening a book don't necessarily open your mind. You're entering the mind of Dr. Seuss. You're entering the mind of the nigga Three Little Bad. But can that child write a book? Can that child be an author? But in order for that child to be an author, it would take kind of balancing out and closing their books and opening up a blank sheet of paper, an empty book, so that the child can start to write its own truth. Why do everybody in the Western world read the same shit? Because we get the same programming. Green eggs and ham. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Cat in the hat. Three little bears. Everybody got that like they got Santa Claus, and everybody got closed ass minds because they didn't teach you to be a critical thinking and an author. They taught you to be a reader. That's what a scholar is, a reader, someone that's scholastic. That don't mean they got critical thinking. A scholar read a bunch of books. So what? If you read every Dr. Seuss book, a book is a book. If you read a million Sports Illustrated, you're a scholar. Did you know that? Long as you're scholastic, someone reading books, but that don't make you an author or a critical thinker. You could be a sports scholastic. You read so much books on sports that you work for ESPN now. So cool, that book opened up the gateway for you to get a good job. But there's a book that you can open up that'll lead you off this earth into a whole nother higher plane of existence. And you don't open that book till you close all the books that man made. Did you know that your left and right brain is a book? And until you open up your brain, then it ain't nothing that an author can write in a book that can give you the relationship with the creator that you would need to navigate the cosmic seas. You see, this is deep stuff, man, because the book connects you to the author, but it don't necessarily connect you to the creator or to nature. So when you go outside and you open up your brain and you pick up a flower and you look at the flower and you look at the animals and you open up your brain, you are reading a huge book because the earth shapes like a book. And by in interacting with nature, you're reading the best book you can read. That's the book that makes you an author and not just a scholastic. So they got you in a world where trillions of books exist. If I told you to read every book in the world, it'll take you probably 1 billion lifetimes. It's really that many books in the world. I'm not making it up. So if it was about reading books to get smart, you know how long it'll take you? When every book is supposed to ultimately break down the secrets of creation. When you can unlock them same secrets of creation by interacting with creation instead of a book that destroyed creation. Let me get this straight. We tear down the trees to make the book, and the book don't teach us about the creation. The very conception of the book destroys creation, and it teaches you about man and his glory. Close the book, stop tearing down the trees, and learn from the trees by studying the branches, studying the roots, instead of chopping a fucking tree down and make a Bible and studying the Bible thinking you're going to learn about the Creator. No, let's keep the tree standing up there and let's study the tree itself in its natural form before you turn it into a Bible. And I guarantee you we'll learn more about the Creator studying that tree than what we'll learn from you tearing a tree down, printing a Bible about telling me about the Creator. See what I'm telling you? What the book done? I didn't learn what I'm learning reading books. I learned this what I'm learning studying symbols. I keep telling y'all that this is sacred geometry, not scholastic motherfucking research. People always want to know, Bro Sanchez, what's your sources? This shit in between my damn eyes. What should be your source? How the hell the Most High gave you a brain and you asking me for my sources? This shit stupid, man. Because they want you to tell them what author, what book told you that, like you can't be an author, like you can't think for yourself. It ain't right if it ain't written in the text. And they did that with you with the Bible when they told you everything God spoke is in red. And niggas say, oh, look at the words printed in red. That mean God spoke it himself. Like a nigga had a red ink pen on deck and said, hold up, Jesus talking. Give me the red ink pen, nigga. Oh, is that Jesus? Oh, okay, shit. I almost printed that shit red. Give me that black marker, man. That's Peter talking. Give me that blue ink. Jesus talking again. Hand me that red pen over there. See, when you get an F on your paper, that's red. See, the teacher marked them grades in red. See, that's getting your ass. They using colors to make you give authority to the paper. So even though if you get something right, if the teacher mark it wrong because you ain't answering it the way they wanted to answer, you wrong. If you don't say Alexander the Great, you wrong, even though he ain't great. He was a murderer. Ain't nothing great about him. But if you don't say Alexander the Great, that red ink gonna hold you back. It's gonna mess up your life. See, y'all don't get it. It's all symbolism. But you know, it's crazy, man, how these books control people. Like these books got people killing themselves thinking they gonna get 20 wives. When really, if you understand a true book was nature, will be, more. This is a chaotic world based upon the destruction of nature and the text and the book. Understand now, and the reason I'm talking right now, because a lot of people need to hear this. Books ain't all that, y'all. A book ain't nothing but paper. It could have been toilet tissue, but they made it into a book. You could have been wiping your ass with it or reading it. That's pretty much how much it's worth. I mean, I'm serious. So let's get on let's get on, man. Let's get with the knowledge, man. All right, so we was talking about the etymology of the word egg earlier, and the word egg also comes from the word iron, EYREN. And we said earlier that the word egg was related to the word bird, but the word egg relating to the word ira also shows you that the egg to the ancients was also synonymous with the eye. The human eye shapes like an egg, and the way we see is related to the egg, meaning that is coming from the third eye. Reality is created in the back of the brain, but is brought into uh, our brain through the shells, which is the eyes, the shells. The eyes are the shells. Now, let me show you something about this egg, why the word egg and the word eye is related. Hold up a second. Well, we'll get to this later, but basically, that ain't what I'm looking for. Hold on. Dang it, man. There we go. Hold on a second, and we're gonna come back and get it in. I mean, I got this up here basically, excuse me. I'm showing on camera, hold on. So yeah, I got this image up right here to show you why the word egg was used to be the word ira. The I is an egg, basically. Okay? We about to get real deep now because we finna talk about projection. Give me a minute. Hold on, hold on. Everything in nature is an expanding point. Listen to me closely because we about to go deep. Hold on. I'm trying to eat and do everything, man. It's kind of rude, huh? But we gonna get it in. Bear with me. Bear with me. Um, I'm looking for shit. Bam, there we go. I got it. Now we about to go. Oh, my bad, y'all. I'm ready now. I'm ready. All right. All right, let's do it. All right, let me do this. We're gonna talk about this expanding universe right now. That's what we're gonna do. Now I got a collage behind you. Let me move this pineapple out the way. I got so much going on because I'm about to get it in with y'all. Check this out, right? If you look at the collage I got behind you, we went over this one on the first sections. So I ain't gonna beat this horse. This shows you the expanding universe starting from the bottom, growing upward. We're talking about a multi-layered egg. And that was the bottommost version being the shell or the seed. When we talk flat earth, the bottommost part of the earth is called Sheol. And the ancients said that's the seed that planted the tree. Let me pull this up for y'all, man. We got to talk about it. I don't want to just let's do this. Sheol is a seed. The tree is this invisible North Pole. Without that pole, you wouldn't have this egg. This pole gave birth to the egg around it, like you see in the collage. The egg is like the branches of the tree. That's why in the Norse cosmos, it's really a tree. The seed that's in the ground growing the tree is Sheol. Now, when you start talking about Sheol or shell, you know, another name was swell. Swell. Sheol was swell. Swell or shell or swell. And what is a swelling? A bulge, a swelling. Something gets swell and get big. We talking about an expanding universe right now. Hold on. So listen, Sheol is the seed in the ground that grew the trunk of the tree to even grow the branches. It was a three-phase, three-step process. Seed in the ground, the pole or the tent. Remember, a tent need a pole in the middle. Now that pole in the middle will allow the branches or the walls of the tent to spread outward. So the thing is the seed first though. When you talk about a tree, the seed go in the ground and it starts, that's the process of it. So that's where Sheol is. It's a seed. Now, when you go to the North Pole, it's going back to the tree trunk, the trunk of the tree. And that tree trunk represent the place where the seed was planted. When a planter puts a seed in the ground, the hole that he dug and where the seed entered the ground is the exact place that becomes the very trunk of the tree, where the roots and everything spread out from that like an explosion. So I'm giving you the expanding universe. I'm showing you how it makes sense with flat earth, but it don't make sense with a globe. In a globe, you can't have, I told you, you can't have a sphere at the middle of a electromagnetic energy field. You can only have a plane. And that's what this is showing you here. Now, when you look at this picture of this little ripple effect, this little egg right there, it's showing you how the middle dot, being the pupil of the eye, is what's causing the ripple effect. Just like in the Hebrew cosmos, this pupil, this vault, is what's basically foundating the whole structure like the trunk of a tree. If you chop the trunk of the tree, you separate the branches from the roots and it dies. Just like if you chop this pole out the middle, this entire earth will collapse. If you take the pole from the center of a tent, the tent will sandwich in upon itself. And guess what? When you cut a TV off, when you cut off a TV, you see, I can't even find what I'm looking for, but y'all know what I'm talking about. It's like a little line, like when you cut off a TV, it looks like this, for it look like that. It look like this line. Them old TVs, you cut it off, and the entire image collapse into a line. That's what reality is. That's what this holographic reality is. All right? It's a movie, like a TV, like you watching some on TV and you cut the TV off and the entire image just collapses into, that line. But this is the image. When you watching a movie and you cut the TV off, you need to realize that it collapses into a line, then the line turns into one dot, then it goes off. Because light is expanding from a point, like my fingers. Like this is a point. Light, as it moves, it spreads out like water coming out of a hose pipe. That's what the Egyptian lotus flower behind me represents. That's the Egyptian lotus flower that's behind my chair. And above that is the Ethiopian tree of life. And above the Ethiopian tree of life is the Norse tree of life. And it's all like a hose pipe being squirted from the bottom of the earth. And I told you, if you got a water fountain that's being squirted up, it'll make an arch. Hold up, let me see if I can find it. Excuse me. If you spray that water fountain, it starts at a point of singularity. It starts as a point of singularity. And as it leaves that point, it expands outward. And the further up it goes, the more outward it expands. That's our world that we live in. The North Pole is a water spout. They talked about the itsy bitsy spider crawling up the water spout. Well, let me show you the itsy bitsy spider that crawls up the spout. See this egg that you looking at? If you look at the yellow yolk and white yolk, you can see like some lines going down into the background where it said the yolk layers. It's coming from there. That's the point of singularity. And it's being projected upward to the surface, and it spreads out as it goes up. And it forms this ripple effect as you cut this egg open, you see that. And we're going to take this off and introduce you to the itsy bitsy spider. In the right is the itsy bitsy spider. Let me blow him up for you. His name was Anansi to the Africans. And we did a whole lecture on Anansi. It was the way the Africans personified the Taurus field. And that itsy bitsy spider keep on going up that water spout because it's perpetual energy. And what you're looking at, again, we already know, magnetic energy field. The hole above is an opening. The hole below it is an opening. It's all one. Everything you're looking at is the same image. That hole going through this structure would be the North Pole. We would be on the inside of this donut. The energy is moving in and around the donut, creating a shell. This is why the sky moves the way it moves, and why the ocean moves the way it moves. The sky is in motion, and the ground beneath you is in motion because it's on top of the ocean. Where the ground isn't in motion, it's immovable and foundated, but of course the water that it's immersed in is in motion. That which creates the horizon. The earth is mainly water from this level. So you look at most of the oceans, it's in motion. In fact, ocean is motion. Just put an M in front of it. Motion. And the sky is an ocean. It is all in motion. And one of the original orishas to the Africans was Oshun, or ocean. Motion. Motion. So this show you perpetual energy. This symbol became to be seen as a spider crawling up a water spout. And every culture have a spider deity. In America, it became to be Spider-Man. But all over the world, they had a spider deity. Charlotte's Web, itsy bitsy spider for a reason. All right, it's dealing with magnetism. Now I'm going to move this because what you're seeing is from the center of this structure is a point of singularity. Point of singularity expanding outward in upon itself to create that. And that singularity expanding outward is everything. That's why I keep pulling up this arch made of water. You take a point of singularity, being this point right here. That's when the water, see, prior to the water passing this spigot point, is moving in a line. You got to think about what this rainbow and the promise that Noah talking about. The rainbow arch is telling you some deep stuff if you pay attention. This represents a black hole. And once energy crosses the event horizon of a black hole, the energy is transformed into something else. So what was the water before it crossed this threshold? It was a line. All the water is moving in a tube or a pipe beneath this doggone lake or this pond. And it's moving in a straight line, it's in a tube. But once it crosses this spigot point, it's no longer moving in a tube, it's split up. Now the water is divided from the waters, like the Bible tell you. The water divides from the water. It's no longer water moving in one singular point as one thing as it travels through the tube. Once it crosses that threshold, that event horizon, that singularity, it is divided into many different arches of water coming from one point. They all coming from one tube, one point. But once it crossed that threshold, it's split up and it becomes something different. It takes a different form and shape. And sacred geometry reveals an arch. If you ever ate a bundt cake, this is a bundt cake. All right. This is the Egyptian lotus flower. And this is the promise that the Bible speak of, with the sacred arch. It's being born from a singular point. Now let's move forward with this. We can take this and go even deeper. Talking about the expanding universe. Expansion is the name of the game. When that water crosses that threshold, the process of expansion takes place. It don't expand till it crosses that threshold. Now, let's talk about the human eye and how we see. Now, here is a laser beam. Right here, I want you to pay attention to where my mouth's at. We had D Marble on the show the other day, and he was showing you his laser experiment. And if I can get him back on to show that again, he showed you that laser from a front view and how the laser light expands. Okay? He showed you that. It starts from a dot, and by the time it reaches the target, it's like 3 dots because it expands into subtle dots. The real dot is the one coming from the laser beam, but as it widens, it gets little faint, it gets a bunch of concentric rings. Let me show you. This is a laser beam right here from a side view. Here's a laser beam from a front view. The purple dot in the middle represents the true light. The purple dot in the middle represents the core light. This is the doggone machine itself. So when D Marble had his laser pointed front view across that lake, the expansion can be seen. This light in the middle represents the machine. This purple dot in the middle represents the actual laser itself. As the laser expands, it reflects upon itself. All right, it makes copies of itself, more subtle copies as it expands outward from the source. And they're separated by the degrees of subtleness, brightness. The brightest one being the true source. That'll be Polaris. Going back home to Polaris is walking back into the pupil, walking back into the beam of life. Look at where Moses is at. Look at Moses, right? Just look at Moses. This is why they say, beam me up. Beam me up, Scotty. You get beamed up. So Earth is holographic, and you walk into the eye of the source. Hold on. Remember earlier we was talking about the owl, the wise old owl, and magnetic energy? I forgot to show y'all something. I'm going to skip over a little bit. We're going to talk about the beam in a minute. But whenever I do something like that, I got to go back because folks be like, man, he missed one point to say something else and then finish that point. All right, I'm going to open up another screen and, hold up a second. All right, let's get back what I was saying about the owl. The reason I put the owl up is because the face of the owl represent magnetism. This is the Valentine's Day heart. This is an apple. If you look at this owl's face, this is an apple. This is why Eve bit the apple or the owl. This is why people say hollow earth, because earth shaped like an owl's face, and you can't say the word hollow without saying owl. And I just typed it out there just to show people. And it's deep because when you talk about the H being silent and they talk about do what thou wilt, do what thou allow. The word allow is the word allow. The present moment is an allowance, yo. Each moment is an allowance. You should be grateful of it, like a parent giving you allowance. You are literally allowed to be here by who? The wise owl. This owl symbolized the one that's distributing the great allowance. The wise owl, the source. Because the face of this owl represents the secrets of creation. And this is why Drake used this for his brand. See, the face of that owl can be seen right here. You see the owl's face? Nature makes everything its way. It's just time you open your eyes, or nope, don't open your eyes, open your eye. Open your third eye, just your eye. Now y'all can see the owl's face. I had to go back and show you the owl and why we say hollow earth. It is a hollow earth because the shell that's enclosing us, we're inside of a terrarium and it's hollow. Hollow earth is real, people. Hollow earth is real. The shell is hollow. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be able to live in it. Ain't your house hollow? I will hope it is. I will hope your house ain't full of concrete. You wouldn't be able to go in it. So hollow earth is real because earth is a house. But like I said, you can't say hollow without saying owl because the hollow earth is the face of the owl. Before we had words, we represented things by animals and shapes. So we can still relate to the animals in those words, just like I'm doing today. So there's a method to my madness. And those who paying attention to figure it out and they'll be able to do it. And everybody do it in their own way. This is just the foundation. I didn't learn this in school. I had to create my own way of language to even be able to teach this without looking stupid. But I wouldn't be able to do it without the symbol that the ancestors left. So let's move on from the owl and let's move back to what we was talking about, the way we see and the way light expands from a point of singularity. All right. Here's a laser. Your eyes are lasers. Did you know that your eye was a laser? Yes, it is. Your eye is a laser. The pupil of your eye is the true source. Let me show you something. When you travel toward the North Pole, everything starts contracting into a point. Reality starts to collapse into a point. If we got on a boat and we started to go toward the North Pole, the closer we got toward the North Pole, the more reality will break down into a point, a single point. It'll be the equivalent of being in a spotlight where the light is fully spread out around you, or being in the face of the flashlight. Put it this way. If I shine a flashlight on your body and illuminate you, that ain't no difference to being in the daylight. But what happens when I take the flashlight and I stick it to your eyeball? It blinds you. What happens when I line the flashlight up with your eyes? You can't see. You start to close them. That's what happened when you travel toward the North Pole. You start to get in the pathway order. Listen, let me show you something. Light expands from where we occupy reality at in our part of the cosmos. Light has expanded so far that we're engulfed in light. You can't escape the light from here. But traveling toward the North Pole is to travel to the source of the light. Pull up a flashlight. Here we are way back here living in our reality, fully illuminated in the light of the Most High. All compasses is pointing at the flashlight though. We're walking around a world. Now look, the bottom, if you look at the floor, when that light hit the floor, it's gonna make a circle. That's the flat earth circle. See? The light is coming outward from the center. The North Pole is the flashlight itself, that which is created. That's what's shining the light outward. We so far from the North Pole, this is just a miniature depiction. But if you look at our little blue disc around that beam, we're talking about y'all. That's why they say light years. But that's stupid. It ain't that far. You can make it there, but I think it'll take a couple of years though. You're traveling back in time when you go to the North Pole, people. That's why they don't want nobody going. Now look at here. This is what you got to understand. When the light make contact with the floor, it forms a circle. The base of that light pyramid is a circle. That circle is our world that we live in, the circle of the earth. And the barriers of that circle is where the light ends. The barriers of our torus field is right here. These barriers go all the way to the ground, and they got us trapped in a triangle of light, or the circle of the earth. But this circle of the earth is being created by Polaris. Yes, the ground you walking on is being projected from the eye called Polaris. Polaris is this flashlight. It's so high up in the sky and it's so bright. By the time the light of Polaris reach to the earth, it make it there in the form of life. Life is light. Replace the F with a T. We are the projection of Polaris. This is a movie. And you know what an eclipse is? When somebody walked past the projection screen. When we see the eclipses, the sun and moon being projected from this light, you see how this light separates itself into shells? I mean, you really got to look at this. You got the first layer of light right here. Then you got a second layer right here. Then it gets into more subtle layers. This light is in layers, y'all. It's layered. Just like we got, excuse me, I'm messing up. Excuse me. The light is in layers. That's why I'm showing you all these pictures about the egg layers and the deception that they gave you up here on the Netflix. We're in a light box, and the torus field is layers of light, just like this flashlight. You can see the different layers. But all of them layers are coming from the one source, the flashlight itself. Just like I got right here. Okay? So, as the light make contact with the ground, it encloses us each in our own layer of understanding or your own layer of illumination. That's why they call them the Illuminati. The Illuminati is supposed to be operating on this higher level of light back here. Your level of understanding may be just this first layer. You don't know that it's another layer of light or illumination beyond that one. So the Illuminati operate on the highest level of light beyond all of the other layers. And this is another way of saying you're pulling back the veils. And pulling back the veils is called to reveal or revelation. Breaking all of the seals is breaking through all the light barriers of understanding and gnosis. The different ways you can express the one code that's coming from the source. So, when you say the word kindergarten, that's a part of development that is meant to spark thinking in the child, kindling something. When you kindle something, you put fire to it. You kindle a flame. Kindergarten is really kindle garden, or garden of kindling. Because kindergarten is a bunch of children, and you can look at those children as candles or kindles. Kindles are candles, but they don't have a light on them. So the kindergarten teacher is there to light their flame, so when they go to first grade, second grade, and really enter the real elementary schools, their flame will be lit. But if you can't kindle them properly in kindergarten, they ain't gonna shine that good as they go through the first grade, second grade, and as they shine with the different layers of light. See, this light can only have as many layers as its brightness. The dimmest light have the least layers. The brightest lights got many layers, showing you that they move through many layers or many degrees of understanding. So when you say kindergarten, that ain't even a grade. Kindergarten is you getting your flame lit. And then the burning is the degrees or the grades. That's when explosion take place. Grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. Kindergarten is not a grade. It's kindergarten. It's a garden where you go to get your flame kindled. It's a garden of young, bright flowers and children. Candles with potential to shine. But if you don't kindle them right, you see, they don't shine properly as they graduate through the grades. They don't got enough brightness to make it through the many layers. That light don't shine bright enough to create that many layers, so they ended up flunking, failing at the 9th grade, dropping out 7th grade, because they ain't got enough patience and understanding to play the game. They can't master all the levels of the game in the many degrees of illumination. So we taught kindergarten. That's it. That's a kindling process where you're trying to. You can't really teach a child nothing if they ain't properly learned how to think. In other words, you can't start 1st grade till the kindergarten teacher spark the process of thinking in the brain, activate the brain to how to think and what thinking is, how to channel thought somewhat, give them a foundation of using the brain. Before you can even go to 1st grade, they got to activate the brain. They can't teach it if it ain't activated. So kindergarten is the activation of the brain, or the kindling of the flame. And now why am I saying that? Because Earth is a kindergarten classroom for all of us humans. We only came here to be activated. And when you activate something, you got to put some tension on it. You got to put some pressure on it. So this reality is bullshit. It's just a test. It's just a test to kindle the journey of the soul. If this life don't spark your soul, think about it. You got to beat a horse to make the horse move. All right, they got to say, giddy up, pow. They got to hit that horse, giddy up, pow. The Most High is driving you to your greatness the same way. So it got to be some good and bad with this reality. Otherwise, your spirit ain't going to giddy up, pow, giddy up, pow, giddy up. If the test of this life don't make you want to move beyond this place, you ain't getting your ass beat good enough. Pow, giddy up. Pow, giddy up. This is the story of life. All these experiences supposed to make you inspired to go beyond this place. And if they don't, you got to come back and have more crueler experience, or more something that's going to force you to your greatness. See, nature don't care about your feelings as long as you blossom into what you want to be. It'll beat you down to make you get there. Or it'll reward you to make you get there. If you go against the grain, you're going to get beat up though. And most of us, we take that hard route. Some of us, we come in this life, we smell the roses, look at the stars, and we say, I get it. And we pass on through to the next level. Other of us, we do all the shit the hard way, trying to cheat the system, get rich quick, enjoy your riches here. You think it's that easy. You keep coming back. In each experience, something drastic got to happen to push you to your greatness. So it's going to be a challenge on every level you're born into to push you to the next level. That's what good and evil is about. It can't just be peaches and cream. Now the challenges get lighter as we move beyond, because the more enlightened we become. Okay. Now people are let's wrap it up with this, because we talking about expansion. And from kindergarten to college is expanding the mind. But remember, the original universe was the stars. When we first started looking up, that's how mathematics was created. Because when man looked up at them stars, he had to refer to each one of them as something. See, from the ground, we see reality as one connected thing. But the stars appear to be fragmented. They show you the different ley lines of creation that wove this one thing together. But all of them go back to a point called Polaris. See, the crazy thing about it, when man looked up at that fragmentation being starlight, he started to interpret it as numbers because each star became a sound as he specified each one from the next. And the number he concluded of the stars was infinity because Polaris lead into other worlds where other stars would exist. So we talk about an ever expansion of light. So what we're looking at here is the same thing we're looking at here with the laser. Now, this is a laser right here. Excuse me, I keep doing that. This is a laser. And the machine is represented by the purple dot. But over a distance, that light expands and it creates rings of light. And what makes the rings of light is the intensity of the light. It's brighter at the source. We call that Polaris. It's brighter at the source. That would be Polaris. As the light of Polaris expand outward, we see it light travel in a spiral. This is like a spiral staircase. And if you look at all the stars and wandering stars, that's how they travel away from Polaris and around Polaris. But it's really one big corkscrew. And it's like looking at Polaris is looking into the face of a drill. And as the drill spin, it's spinning the stars as well, or the screw as well. This sex is screwing. Now, we see the same way. Like I said, a human eye is basically made by a black hole. All of this color around a black hole, you can look at that like water around a sink drain. If you was in the kitchen, I think I can demonstrate with something. Hold up. All righty. Hold on. All right. Imagine that excuse me. Excuse me. All right. Imagine that this is a bunch of different beams of light. In my hand is like a laser beam. This is a laser beam, concentrated light. What allowed the light to move in such a fine line is because it's tied together by the instrument. See, a laser beam is a very expensive machine because it's compressing light. So it's going to cost you a little money for a good one. And light travel in lines. So you can braid light together and concentrate it just like this. Look at it this way. Think of a fireman's hose. If they spray that hose real strong, the water comes out like this. But if they spray it softly or over a distance, even if they spray it hard, it's going to spread out. Everything is a blooming flower. This is how light works. Light starts off like this. But the further light travels, it spreads out. Because the only thing that exists is magnetism and light. So when you look at a human eye, what forms the iris this part, excuse me, hold on. What forms this part is light being sucked into a black hole. Take a minute and think about what I'm telling you. Think about a kitchen sink and it's filled with water. Okay? Like your eyes is filled with water. And you pour the plug on that kitchen sink, a vortex is created. And all the water is sucked down that hole. And the water forms a rim around the suction point. The water is piling up into a little rim. They call that the event horizon. All of the water is going to pile up around the drain as it's being concentrated to one area. As all of the water in that sink rushes toward one point in the middle, it goes into a dot right here in the middle of the flower. This is how a flower is made. Remember that the center of a flower is the stalk that connects it to the ground. The middle of your eye is a black hole that connects you to the ethereal realm. The eyes are gateways. And that black hole in the middle of your eye is sucking in the light of the outside world. And you can see all of the light piled up around a drain. They call it the iris. As your eyes pull in the light from the outside world, like a kitchen sink pull in the water down the drain, and the water builds up around the edge of the drain, your eyes work the same way. See, they don't want you to know this, but I'm breaking it down. Let me get a flat power. See, when the light of the outside world enters your vortex, being the pupil, it compresses right here in the middle. See, something happens. All of these different lines of light reach a single point in the middle, and they all get connected by a string. This is called string theory. This is string theory. This string is what connects all of these different degrees of light to a single point. But you can see the many different degrees of light in the form of the iris. You're sucking in reality into the gateways of the mind. And we can literally see reality piles up upon the rim of an event horizon. And we call it your iris. And everyone have different color. Iris is based upon as light crosses that threshold, we interpret it through different spectrums of the light cycle or the rainbow. Each race see this reality in a tailored way to their DNA. But each human of that race even see it broken down into their own personal way, all the way up into infinity. And the possibilities are so endless because you can mix the different races, right? Just like you can mix up the different colors to create an infinite different shades of color. You can make just an infinite shades of blue. You can just use one color and make a million versions of red. Different shades. The possibilities are infinite once it crosses the threshold. But I'm showing you what your eye is. How your eye, what you need to do is go look in the mirror and look at the iris. Look at that colorful vein circle around your pupil. Look at it and you'll see its light being put into a black hole. And it might make the hairs on your skin stand up now that you know what you're looking at. See, they'll tell you, hey man, what's creating your iris is your veins in your eye. No, it's not. If you look at this picture of this human eye, You can see the veins on the white part. You can see the blood. Let me show you. Hold on, my camera not focusing for me. But the veins right here. People, don't let doctors fool you. Do your own research. Veins carry blood, not light. You can see the veins in her eye carrying the blood right here. You can see the red veins in her eye with the blood in it. That's different than this. This shit is carrying light. That's electricity. I know about electric current. You ought to know what electricity look like. Go and look at your eyes. Go look at your iris and tell me it ain't just a different color of light. That ain't no veins. That's more of a nervous breakdown, where nervous energy breakdown. You know, the nervous system is electric, dealing with electric. When somebody getting on your nerves and shit like that, you know, what irritate the nerves is all electric. But what I'm saying is that's what make reality. That's why it's able to do that. But that's represented by the wiring, wet wiring. This wiring is transmitting the physical light. Blood is the biological light in a plasma form. Blood turns into lightning itself. May sound crazy to you, but that's the direct truth. Light and blood are equivalent. They both bleed and they both are needed for life. Think about what I'm telling you here, right? Blood, light. Life is light. You can't have it without blood or plasma, but what is TV? Plasma, light. So it ain't it's a concept, but it is deeper. Now see, the crazy thing about it is we pulling in the outside world into the eyes, and we can see the outside world crossing a threshold as it enters a black hole to be re-put together in the back of the mind. The threshold that the outside world crosses before it enters the mind is called the iris, the human iris, the rim. That's the point where the light of the outside world is literally going over the rim. It would be like a kitchen sink, the very point where the water enters the hole and crosses that event horizon. You see it break down. And that's what the iris is. It's basically light journeying down a drain into the pupil. It's really deep what I'm telling you, because this show you why our pupils dilate. Our pupils expand and get bigger to adjust the amount of conscious light information they bring in for any given situation. So you know what happens when you die? Your entire eye becomes black. When you die, listen, if they go and open up a casket of a dead man and open his eyes, let me show you what they'll see. They don't want y'all to know this. I can't find a better image, but this is what I'm gonna use. I'm about to close out on a deep point, y'all, about this expanding universe. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I got company coming. Hold on. Thanks for y'all patience. At this time, we're going to end on a very climactic part of the series in relation to how light expands, because this is what Amma's egg is. Amma's egg is an expansion of light, and everything in existence is an expansion that is started from a single point. Everything that exists started from a single point, then expanded, and it'll go back to a single point. So the single point, I say, hey, I'm gonna invent an ashtray. That represents a dot, an idea. Now the expansion of that idea is when I manifest the ashtray. Now one day this ashtray gonna die. It's gonna turn into ashes. Don't nothing last forever. Even the pyramid's gonna eventually corrode. It lasts for a long time, but none lasts forever. Even that ashtray I invented gonna turn into nothing. So it started as nothing. It expanded out of my mind as an ashtray, and then it's gonna decompose and go back to nothing. String theory. Why? Because that nothing point represents the point where the reality is strung together. And it's strung together in the darkness, because no matter how many times the ashtray decomposes, it's going to come back into existence, because it really exists in the dark as an idea. The idea can never die. That's why the physical thing comes in and out of existence, because the idea keeps on being born and reborn. And since you're an idea, the same thing happened to you. You call it life and death. So again, when we talk about how everything starts from a point, then it expands outward, and we're talking about light. We brought up the laser beam. We showed you how the human eye is the same thing. And that's why when you're no longer pulling in the light of this world, you no longer have an iris. In other words, as the soul fully leaves the body, if you were to go to a part of the decomposition process of the body where the soul has fully completed the journey, and it have fully stopped pulling in all the information from this world, because even after you breathe your last breath, that don't mean you ain't still pulling in information from this world. So the doctors still see a lot of brain activity hours long gone after your heart stopped beating. And that's because you're transitioning. You're crossing those dream worlds on the way out of this one, but you still got one foot in here in the form of missing people, loved ones. See, that got to play out of you when you die for you to fully leave this place. And for you to do that, you got to realize your loved ones you ain't leaving them. They exist on those higher planes too. So what'll happen is you'll get attached to this version of your loved one, and you'll keep coming back here. When you just move beyond, a higher version of that same loved one exists on that plane. Now that loved one may not awaken to that higher version of they self, but you have. So when you go to higher planes, you get to experience your mama on a higher version of herself, even if her conscience ain't fully projected into the future yet. She may be experiencing her reality from one of these past worlds where she ain't made it to her higher self yet, where you met her at on her higher self. But she exists there as herself, as her higher self when you get there. She just had shifted her consciousness to that part of herself from them lower worlds. But you get to experience her just like she would have been, because you moved on into her future. She just ain't made it to her future yet. But she there in her higher self, being a good, better mama to you there, or a better daddy to you there. But they'll run this movie on repeat till they know to meet you up there on your higher self. See how this works? So, before we get out of here, before I start getting all over the place, I'm showing you here how this iris part of the eye is the light of the world crossing the threshold. See, your pupil is bigger than what you think. This black part of your eye, all of this is really black. But once this big old, all it is a big white eyeball and a big black circle. This little ring is an illusion. That ain't really there. You just got one big black circle. That ring is what you get when you open up your eyes, when you're born and you start bringing in the light of this world into your conscious mind. You become conscious of this reality, pulling it into your psyche. This reality, the light of the outside world, crosses the threshold and it forms your iris, and you have that your whole life. But when you die, when the soul fully leaves this realm and is not pulling in this light experience, there is no iris, because all this is the result of the outside light piling up around the drain, just like I showed you with the kitchen sink. See what I'm saying? If you got a kitchen sink full of water, but you put the plug in it so it ain't no water going down the drain, guess what you're gonna have? You're gonna have one circle being the sink and one circle being the plug that you put. Because the drain stopper shaped like a circle too, and the sink shaped like a circle, so it's circles within circles. The sink is a circle. The drain goes into there, stop the water from going down. Now it's like a circle within one circle. But when you pour the drain, you make a whole nother circle because a vortex form on the surface of the water above the circle being a drain. That third circle that you create when you start allowing the water to go through the drain is the human iris. Once we open up our conscious mind, being the third eye, and started pulling this light of this world into our eyes, we put the drain plug, and all of the light of the outside world started pouring into our black hole, our pupil. And your black hole, it was bigger than what it is. But once you open up that conscious mind, all the light is piling around here. But once you pull that plug or stop the light from pulling in, guess what? It becomes fully black again. Bone Thugs and Harmony were occultists, and I can break down their whole symbolism and their name translate to skulls and bones. They famous song being the Crossroads that they got the awards for is because the video was a ritual, the whole video was Masonic. Their name represent the crossroads and the skull and bones. And the way they sing and approach music is a harmonic like the four winds of creation. Each voice is an element. It's a lot of magic behind Bone Thugs and Harmony. Them guys ain't just some dumb niggas, they're magicians, you better believe it. They understand how to use vibration properly to rip through the air molecules a certain way to give you melodic sound. Can't nobody harmonize like fucking Bone, because they understand this shaping sound. But anyway, in this video, Crossroads, everybody that went to the crossroads and left this earth out of the body, their eyes faded to black. And that's what Jay-Z telling you. Jay-Z said fade to black. That's what you do when you sleep. See, check this out. You can't see your eyeballs when the doggone your eyelids shut. If you can see what's going on behind your eyelids, when you in REM sleep, your iris disappears. When you reach REM sleep, behind your eyeballs, there is no iris. You're not longer pulling the light of this world into your eyes so you can dream and begin to pull in the light from other worlds. You enter that crossroads when you reach REM sleep because you unplug from this world. But when you wake up and you open your eyes, there go your iris again. You say, how can you prove it? I can't, because you will have to see the eyeball behind the eyelids. It's hiding it from you. See how that works? The moment you open your eyelids from sleep and start a new day, the moment the light contact the eyes, the iris appears instantly. People like, he lying. Prove me wrong. You can't. See? Because can't nobody tell you what goes on behind the eyelids. And ain't no way to do the experiment to prove if I'm right or wrong. Because the moment you open the eyes and the light make contact with the eyeball, the iris is going to be there. So I'm going to be right every time. See? You see? So when you enter the dark, this is something you got to know, because you understand how light works. It ain't something nobody can prove to you. You got to prove it to yourself, because you know what the hell you talking about. You know how light behaves. So when the eye is not pulling in light from the outside world, there's no iris. So when we reach REM sleep, our eyes behind the eyeballs look sort of like this. But what I think is the white area is still there, but I think that this is just all black. So that's what I'm saying. This is only light from the outside world entering a threshold. But when you ain't pulling the light, there's nothing right here. It's just a big black ball. So y'all need to think about that. That's deep stuff. It'll make us start researching the human eye in a more divine way. The reality we live in is holographic, and we're pulling it in, putting it together in the back of the brain. The light is being constructed in the dark. The light is being shaped by what we call the human eye. This is how beautiful and unique we are. We're the creators of our own reality, literally, because we're basically reconstructing the outside world in the back of the brain. But this right here is a point where I have to end the stream. I think I've done a good job explaining what I'm trying to explain here. So at this time, we'll make this a good stopping point to stop right here for today. That's enough information for one stream. All right, so I'm going to leave y'all with this collage, and we're going to continue this series. I hope you like and share the video. Want to thank you, everybody, again. I want to thank you guys for the super chat donations. It helped me continue this platform. So we will be continuing this, and I'll see y'all in the future. Let me give a big shout out to my sister Shanerica. She said the water fountain or foundation, H2O atom, make the image too. Appreciate you, bro. She see what I'm saying. The fountain is the foundation. Exactly. And that right there is a whole nother lecture when we talk about F-O-U, being in fountain and foundation. That's deep. So that little statement she made can turn into hours and hours of lectures, even talking about H2O, when you take two H's to create the phi symbol that you see here in the bottom right. So it's so much to talk about with sacred geometry. But like I said, it was enough for today. Give another shout out to the Asia Divine. Appreciate you. And Sister Shanerica, I appreciate that. Mother Callie, Nick Jackson, Troy Brown. Man, I appreciate y'all. Be strong, Willie Lil John. And I hope I ain't missing nobody. Appreciate everybody sent in a super chat donation today. And everybody that be sending in the donations on the Cash App, PayPal, all of my Patreons. Love y'all to death. Hey, man, appreciate your viewership. See y'all next time.